students of architecture, Integral University, Lucknow. Welcome all to the third and last day of COA National Award for Excellence in Architectural Pieces 2025, conducted here in Integral Institute of Professional Studies and Research, Phase 3, Integral University, Lucknow. Integral University is an A+ accredited, vibrant, student-centered university here in Lucknow, offering 225+ programs in courses such as engineering and tech, management and architecture, and thriving on leadership, collaboration and a winning spirit for all. Since its establishment in the year 1998, Integral University aims to nurture holistic growth of students by providing them with world-class infrastructure, pedagogic resources, experiential learning opportunities, and employment opportunities. A sincere gratitude to the Council of Architecture for bringing this event to life. The Council of Architecture is a national body that shapes and safeguards the profession of architecture here in India. It is the guiding force behind the journey of every architect seated here and anywhere in India. From shaping the classroom where ideas are born to safeguarding the ethics of professional practice, the Council does it all. The Council ensures that architecture in our country remains both visionary and responsible. Through initiatives like the National Awards for Excellence in Architectural Pieces, it celebrates young talent and inspires us all to reimagine the future of our built environment. On behalf of the Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design, I warmly welcome you all to the National Awards for Excellence in Architectural Pieces 2025. The National Award for Architectural Pieces, conducted by the Council of Architecture, is the most prestigious platform recognizing outstanding undergraduate thesis projects in architecture across India. It celebrates design intervention, contextual sensitivity and academic excellence, while providing young architects national exposure and the opportunity to engage with leading professionals in the architectural field. Ladies and gentlemen, this event stands at the intersection of learning and legacy. It is where academic rigor meets professional vision and where the boldest ideas of young architects are given a national stage. Each thesis you will witness today is not merely a submission. It is a story of persistence, sleepless nights, sketches that become strategies, and dreams translated into drawings. For us as students, this award is more than just a recognition. It is a reminder that architecture is never confined to classrooms and studios. It is alive in every space we breathe, in every question we ask, in the problem we dare to solve and the futures we dare to imagine. Now, I would like to request our Honorable Dean, Professor Zeba Nisar, to address the audience and enlighten us further regarding the Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design and this event. Thank you.
For his support and guidance in helping us conduct this event. It is my honor to introduce and warmly welcome our distinguished jury members, each of whom brings exceptional expertise and inspiration to this platform. So I would like to welcome Mr. Parth Ranjan Das, Principal Architect, Parth Das and Associates, Kolkata, celebrated for his contextual, sensitive and innovative design approach. He has won many awards. He is a great conservation architect. Second, I would like to welcome Mr. Anand Krishnamurthy, sir, founder and partner from Terra and principal WCFA. He is a visionary who bridges professional excellence with academic mentorship. I would like to welcome Ms. Nehima Shahnawaz, Architect Urban Planning, CSIIT, School of Planning and Architecture, Sikandrabad. She is a woman of academic excellence. Then I would like to welcome Mr. Milind Gujarkar, Head of the Department, Ideas, Nagpur, an academic leader dedicated to shaping the young architectural minds. I would like to welcome Dr. Niti Trivedi, Head of the Department, MIT, ADD University, Pune. She is a scholar and a great educator. We are truly privileged to have you here. Your presence transformed this journey into more than an evaluation. It turns into a dialogue wherein the creativity it meets experience and ideas find direction. I also extend my warm welcome to all the faculty members, to all the guests, to all the student participants and the students of the department. Without the support of the faculty members of the faculty and the students, this event would have not been possible. To our students, I would like to say, to the students and to the participants, I would like to say, this is your stage. You have to present your thesis, your presentation with great confidence, be open to the comments which you receive and try to embrace the invaluable insights which you will receive from the jury members. With these words, I would like to welcome you all to the 3-day journey of COA Award 2025. With this, I would like to thank you all. I would also like to give you a brief introduction of the Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design. This department, it was established in 1998. We got our first approval from Council of Architecture in 1999, and since 26 years we have been working hardly to deliver the academics in a better way. So who are we? We are a single faculty. We have 6 programs running in the department. We have 3 UG programs. 1 Bachelor of Architecture, 2 are Bachelor of Fashion Design, 3rd is Bachelor of Interior and Product Design. We are running 2 PG programs, one in Architecture and the second in Planning. We are also running PhD program in Architecture and Planning. We have 1,200 plus alumni. We have done MOUs with IGTC, with UP Data, with ISHRE. We are running student chapters also. We have done collaborative programs with ETHOS, IIA, IIIT, and almost all the logos which you can see here on the screen. Then we have been ranked as second in UP by IIL. Then we have been ranked first in UP by GHRTC. We have been ranked first in UP by MDRA, and so goes the ranking of the university. This is a glimpse of the infrastructure which is available. We have got labs, studios, the library with more than 4,000 books. It's the oldest library of the city of Lucknow. Then our faculty, they are working hard in presenting them to the world. We have received various accolades. We go for experiential learning, so site visits and educational tours. We are part of our academic curriculum. The participated learning is the thing which we motivate here at Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design. So we involve our students in seminars, workshops, and the annual events which are conducted in collaboration with IIA, IIIT, and the University Festival. So these are the various extension activities which are undertaken by the faculty. We reach out. Actually, the university has adopted almost 5 villages. So our students, they are involved in such kind of activities or also which are related to the social cause. So these are the outreach activities which we keep on conducting throughout the year. So these are the departmental exhibitions which are organized by the students in the city and in the campus. These are the competition and events and workshop photographs which you can see here on the screen. So this is a brief introduction. I would like to say thanks to you all again for coming to this interface. Thank you.
Good morning all. So, on behalf of Council of Architecture, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the Tibetan University for conducting and accepting this event in Lucknow. As you all know that, also in the view of the excellence in students of architecture, I have created this particular award of excellence in thesis project. These awards are basically in two categories. Category A is about architecture project and category B about project addressing concerns within the society. The entire country is divided into 5 zones, and this particular event today is of one. Students shortlisted in each zone, then they have their presentations for the nationals, for which the dates of the event will be announced shortly. The Best Thesis Award at the zonal level gets a cash prize of 15,000 plus a set of books from the council and a certificate. And all the participants who are presenting today will get a cash prize of 10,000 books and certificates. This particular zonal award ceremony is a 3-day activity. First day we have an exhibition for the public. The second day, the jurors have a closed shortlisting process which happened yesterday for this exhibition, which is took about a year. And the third day, we have a presentation of the shortlisted candidates. So today we are going to have a presentation of the 5 candidates from the first category, and that is A, this is project, architecture project, and 5 students from the project that is in social concerns. Now we have already received the names of 5 students, 5 projects for both categories. So before we start, I would request Zema to pick up a check to announce the name of the first candidate for the presentation, because there has to have a gap of around 30 minutes in between announcing the name and having the presentation.
The name of the presenter is the code is AE80802510 AE80802510. The project is New Faridabad Railway Station.
Yeah, please identify yourself. Yeah, you can come backstage.
Best of luck, bache.
That's okay. So the process of presentation is each student would get 15 minutes for this presentation. There would be a bell at 10 minutes to give a warning about 5 minutes remaining, a single bell, and a double bell at 12 minutes, and 15 minutes the student has to stop his presentation. If in case there are some slides which are remaining, they would be just scrawled. The student is not allowed to present himself after the 15 minutes. The advice to the presenters: dear students, the jurors have gone through your sheets which were submitted earlier. So utilize your presentation time very judiciously. Don't spend much of your time into presenting your project premise and the case studies. It's better that you organize your time scale in such a way that you have more discussion and more information about your design process. So many times we have found students spending a lot of time into establishing the project and showing the case studies. So I would like to inform you all that the jurors have extensively gone through your sheets which are there in the display. So utilize your time according to that. Yeah. So today we are going to shortlist one student in each category who will be then representing this particular zone at national levels. So I express my sincere thanks to the host institution and all the best to all the students.
Enabling students to gain meaningful hands-on learning experiences. His excellence has been recognized through prestigious awards, including the Architecture Award for Best Sustainable Architecture South in 2007 and the IIA Award for Excellence in Architecture in the Commercial Building category 2014. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our new Krishnamurthy. So please join us. A distinguished architect, urban designer and conservationist based in Kolkata. Over the past 3 decades, Mr. Das has made remarkable contribution across the multiple domains. In the field of restoration, he has conserved several of Kolkata's historic landmarks, including the Town Hall, Treasury Building and the St. Paul's Cathedral. His expertise in urban design and his pioneering work in low-cost rural construction techniques have left a lasting impact on communities in Bengal and beyond. Alongside his practice, he has been a dedicated educator and mentor, serving as a visiting faculty at leading institutions in India and abroad. His work has earned him numerous awards, including national and international recognitions in housing and urban design competitions, as well as an honorable mention for the Crawford Market redevelopment in Bombay in 1995. Please put your hand together for Mr. Partharanjan Das. I would now like to introduce our third jury member, Mrs. Naeema Shahnawaz. I am pleased to introduce Professor Naeema Shahnawaz, an architect and urban planner at the CSI Institute of Technology, School of Planning and Architecture, Secunderabad. As the head of the department with expertise in both design and urban planning, she embodies the institution's commitment to integrating arts, science and technology in architectural education. Professor Shahnawaz is a respected academician, researcher and architect. Her insightful perspective on urban development and regional planning have been featured in media discussions, where she emphasized the importance of comprehensive research and sustainable framework in the state capital planning. Please put your hand together for Professor Naeema Shahnawaz. like to introduce our Council of Architecture members, Mr. Milind Gujarkar. I am delighted to introduce Professor Milind Gujarkar, Head of Department at Ideas, Nagpur, and Principal Architect at Milind Gujarkar and Associates. A graduate in architecture with a specialization in industrial design from SPA Delhi. He has over 30 years of academic and professional experience. Professor Gujarkar has been an instrumental in curriculum development at RTMNU, Nagpur University, introducing the first undergraduate and postgraduate courses in industrial design. His practice spans institutional, healthcare and hospitality projects, alongside innovative work in product design with leading brands such as Stutz, Usha, Lexus and Kelvinator. He has served on key national assignments with the Council of Architecture, including as joint coordinator of NATA 2024, and continues to inspire students with a holistic approach to design, blending technical rigor with creativity and socio-environmental consciousness. Please put your hands together for Professor Milind Gujarkar. I would like to introduce our second COA Council of Architecture member, Dr. Neeti Trivedi. I would love to introduce Dr. Neeti Trivedi. She is an associate professor and head of PhD department at MIT School of Architecture, MIT ATTU Pune. She has worked as a senior planner for the preparation of development plan for Pune Metropolitan Region Development Authority. She has successfully completed the India Action Slum project in 16 settlements of Ahmedabad, funded by the Australia-India Council. She has received 2 Best Paper Awards and has a book chapter published to her name. Neeti ma'am is also the recipient of 3 prestigious international scholarship for her doctoral research from the Australian government, along with the Vice Chancellor's Award for her Master's Research in Curtin University, Australia. Please put your hands together for Dr. Neeti Trivedi. Everybody is aware with the competition guidelines that the first bell will be ring at 10 minutes, the second bell will be ring at 12 minutes, and the third one will be ring at 15 minutes. Okay, you have 15 minutes to present your presentation. If you're not done with your presentation and the time is up, you just need to go through all the slides with the jury members, and there will be a 15-minute Q&A for the student with the jury. Okay, am I clear? We would like to announce the second participant, the shortlisted participant, so that he is ready with the presentation, or he or she, okay? Can I have Fatima please come up on the stage to pick up a chip?
Hello.
EAA TAP 25118, Vertical Prison Complex.
Thank you, Fatima.
Congratulations, you can come backstage and prepare for the presentation. So the title first participant is present.
So small announcement for all the students that they are not required to announce their name, their institution name, or any other reference which talks about his identity. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Just wait. Your time starts now. Yes, sir. All the best.
Good morning. Cities are remembered not just by monuments or skylines, but also by their gateways, railway stations. For millions of people every day, railway stations are the first and last memories that they have of a place. This thesis reimagines Faridabad railway station, today congested and neglected, as a future-ready transit hub, one that uplifts the city. This journey covers 6 stations: introduction and context, current concept, design outcome, sustainability, structure, and finally the conclusion. The Indian Railways is not just a transport system, but a spine that ties our entire nation together. The 4th largest railway network in the world, it carries more than 23 million passengers daily. But beyond stats, it connects regions, languages, and cultures. Connecting metropolitan cities to villages, it's a true example of unity in motion. But in spite of its primal importance, these railway stations suffer from chaos. I'm so sorry to interrupt, there's something wrong with my presentation. But I'm so sorry, but can you get me this?
It's okay, because the spellings are correct. What is that? Just the font section.
Made by inequity, chaos, disorientation, and a general lack of comfort. The Amrit Bharat Station Scheme aims to change exactly this. With a vision to modernize around 1,300 railway stations, it plans to equip them with multimodal connectivity, amenities, and sustainability. Faridabad railway station makes the perfect case for this. The largest industrial hub in Haryana and the most populous city, it sits strategically on the Delhi-Mathura corridor. So why Faridabad railway station? Faridabad, meaning that it has a high population catchment and acts as a strategic regional link. The RLDA redevelopment plan spans 47 acres. This thesis focuses on a defined intervention zone of 75,000 square meters. The current challenges that plague the station include the entry and exit points. The entry and exit points to Faridabad railway station are unsegregated. Cars, buses, autos and pedestrians all file for the same space. Pedestrians have to weave through traffic just to access the station. Undignified and unsafe. Foot-over bridges and platforms are chronically overcrowded, which means access is impossible, nearly impossible. So this is the design concept. What if a railway station did not cause chaos, but solve it? This thesis aims to make Faridabad railway station a civic landmark. As Enzo Piano puts it, good architecture does not just cater to needs and necessities, but also to dreams and aspirations. In this case, aspirations of the nation moving forward. Concept 1. A context-driven dual-axis model. The urban context is a divided context. Faridabad railway station sits between two starkly different urban conditions. On the west of the station, you have dense residential clusters, and on the east of the station, you have highway and metro-led regional connectivity. The response: dual self-sufficient station blocks. The station is decentralized into two self-sufficient station blocks, namely the east block and the west block. They have their own circulation, ticketing and other amenities. This helps distribute passenger load at the very low. Concept 2. Deconstructing forecourt chaos. The challenge: forecourt as conflict zone. The forecourt of Faridabad railway station is a conflict zone. Autos, buses, taxis and pedestrians are all fighting for the same space. This leads to traffic and bottlenecks. It's not a flow of volume, but mismanagement of station design. The design response is vertical segregation of movement. It introduces a split level design with arrival below and departure above. This leads to clear circulation planning and zoning. This borrows from the logic of airports but is adapted for railway inclusivity. Concept 3. Reimagine connectivity. The existing condition. And impersonal. It pushes people through but does not support them. It creates limited and unequal access to amenities across platforms. Response: reimagining the foot-over bridge as an active concourse. The foot-over bridge in Faridabad railway station is reimagined as an active concourse. The idea is to have accessibility along the way and equal access to each platform. Amenities including waiting, pharmacies and critical areas are located along the line of the concourse, creating a vibrant civic corridor. The design outcome: a welcome into Faridabad. The outcome is a gateway, a landmark that the citizens can take pride in. The ground level acts as the arrival level, where it's designed for efficiency and calm dispersal. The east and the west blocks disperse traffic into their respective urban contexts. Wide forecourts create easy access to designated ways for availing public transport facilities. Arrival begins the moment the train doors open. Starting from the platform, which is spacious and oriented by the wide civic canopy. Moving on to the forecourt, where you have designated ways for specially abled taxis, private cars, and access to the MLC. Finally, the station ties into the city, leading commuters to metros, locals to street, and travelers to transport. This blown-up plan of the ground floor emphasizes the importance of segregation in the forecourt area. The platforms are made universally with tactile paving and barrier-free navigation. Design outcome is segregation of lanes and the multi-level car parking. The ground floor of the multi-level car parking serves public transit, autos and taxis. This has ticketing counters for each, ample lifts and other key amenities. The first floor is the heart of the station. It acts as the departure level. This is where movement, commerce and comfort all come. The idea is to have an obstruction-free zone, a central spine. Connecting entries, it has clear access and clear sight. This floor plan at the departure level shows how people enter the station. Once again, through designated place and from the MLCP in case of several passengers. The idea is to clear sight lines so the navigation feels intuitive. Key amenities are lined with waiting areas, so waiting is not an isolated experience, but instead the entire space becomes a civic corridor. Bridging movement and memory. From the moment the passenger stops, he undertakes a different journey. The elevated entry helps segregate passengers going for departure from those going for arrival. As they enter inside, they find a lit waiting area waiting for them inside that is naturally lit with key amenities. Doors and elevators, escalators and elevators are lined across platforms to help passengers have equal access to each platform. This helps in equal distribution of amenities across platforms. Beyond the departure level, we have office levels situated above. This helps transform the station into a truly mixed-use transport hub. These are directly accessed from the MLCC, meaning that they have a private entry while being connected. Is not defined by trains alone, but by how effortlessly people can arrive, switch, and depart across multiple modes. The station is envisioned as a truly multimodal node, where buses, metros, taxis, autos, and pedestrians all converge into one seamless experience. So we have segregated pick-up lanes for buses in front of the station, connecting directly to the station. We also have a foot-over bridge extending from Faridabad metro station, connecting directly to the railway station. Beyond this, in terms of rainwater management, we have inside roof from which water flows along rainwater pipes concealed by the. This is a recharge pit from where the excess water is drained into the city's stormwater drain. In terms of solar integration, we have arrays of solar panels across the station and MLCT routes, generating around 3 megawatts of power each day. This charges the hybrid inverters that in turn support a vast EV network across all the floors of the MLCT. The idea is to make the station resilient, green and future ready. Structure. In terms of structure, the structure of the station forms a huge part of the identity. With a tensile roof sweeping over tree-like columns, the idea is to have aesthetics and functionality. The conclusion. The conclusion is a treat train on rails and not just a railway station. The idea is to have a railway station that can be remembered even from afar, remembered from the train. A civic landmark that becomes a part of the identity of Faridabad. Truly, unity in motion. Thank you.
Dasa, would you like to go first? Okay.
Hello. Yes. Good presentation. Clarity in the way you are actually positioning your So it's a, I think the intent and what exactly are you doing, that is very clear. There's one issue though, because I think you were probably having a time limit. I wanted to understand, because you have put your multi-level parking in a separate building. It seems very different from, when you're looking at that invitation. Why did you keep it as a separate building? Was it not possible to have integrated building your design? Instead of, otherwise that is the only odd one now. Also another question is regarding, have you been able to look at the functioning of Hyderabad vis-a-vis New Delhi railway station? I mean, like, what are the functions that are actually possible in this? That is not clear. It's just, you right now just portrayed it as a transport space. Does it have any other function? And did you address it?
So, addressing the first question, the idea of placing the MLCT adjacent to the main station building was to ensure that each floor has access to the MLCT. Because each floor of the MLCT is serving different functions connected to the like on the arrival level, as I stated, you have pickup for public transport, autos and taxis. And first floor onward, you have private parking. So, especially when you reach the office floor above, then these people have a private entrance. So, which is why instead of placing it, making it a part of the station building itself, it's placed adjacent to the station building.
Seems very different from this. Also, another thing is, what about access for buses? I know that you have shown one visual. They showed buses at the ground floor level, but how do people, I mean, like that is not clear.
Okay, if I may.
This make my entire development connected. So I have also went into the ownership of like how much land owned by the government and government Chennai Corporation's land. So because right now it's showing what's the urban fabric. Here I am talking about the larger view of the site, which is going to change the urban fabric. Right now, the Chennai coastal space is not effectively used. Even like lot of space in outskirts is increasing in terms of IT hubs and everything. But then whichever is near to the coastal, which can be effectively used, is not, and it is right now underutilized. So that has to be changed. So that is why urban fabric is important, and hierarchy of roads to understand the traffic flow and what is the major input of my occupants is going to be, and what is the physical infrastructure and the social infrastructure. And one more thing which is to like before starting the development, this is also a place which is going to be viewed from the Adayar Bridge, which is here, and then the lighthouse on the Marina Beach. So it is very near to the Marina Beach. So these are the elements. It's going to be. So yes. So there is a site section from Adayar Lake. It's 50 meters of non-development zone and 100 meters which I'm not supposed to have any baseline. That is the main constraint. And also from the sea, it is like 2,200 meters which is non-development, and 500 meters it should have only 18 meters high. And further beyond, I also have the restrictions of airport AAI, which is I should not go beyond 50 meters height. So these are the other studies which is in and around vehicular movement and what are the activities going around. So these are the things which is activities in and around traffic zones and major nodes. So this is interesting, which is in 2009 this was completely for the staffs, the government staffs, the housing board unit, and right now it is completely vacated and the land is ready to construct the new issues whichever the government is planning right now. And then so this one which is here, that is my site, and if you see below this, all are OMR, ECR and all this industrial development areas with airport. And if you see north, these all small red dots are tourism spots, Marina Beach and all these monuments around, and then with the library. So basically from north I'm getting the tourism, and from south I'm getting the business development spaces. So these are the ideas, like, yeah, strength of the site. This is a better opportunity to use the maximum view, and then direct connection to the business and IT corridor, and then near prominent tourist attraction, which is just around like 1 kilometer from the Marina Beach, vibrant influx of visitors, and then ecology and nature essence. Adayar Tree is right now being the 1400 mm and humidity is 65%, which is really high. And they dry by, and the wind direction is majorly from southwest side. So these are the case studies which I came across with for like right now what I did is I divided my development into three major parts, which is urban development, and then seaside development, which is beachside pavilion I call it as, and then the maritime museum, which I am going to treat as iconic space. So for the urban development, I have started like looking for candidate options, river pools, waterfronts, understand the compactability and density and accessibility nodes, mixed use spaces, and urban imaginary and tourism focus, spatial connectivity integration, and environmental quality and suitability. For the beachfront case study, beachfront development, I went to the transportation link and what is the major, like what pedestrians and the user really want from the development while they experience the space. And the landscape on the action. So right now, Chennai Island Museum. So these are the design railways which is independent space, the center, community space. The two major things is like in town I have to focus on pedestrian connectivity. In the upper levels I have to focus on the visual connectivity to like my side. So these I have explained the concept, what are the railway station, and that is how it leads my design. Why it is right now like that. So yeah, so site responsive master plan has business commission, tourism, leisure, cultural heritage, maritime art museum. So it has business hotel, convention hall, conference facility, fine dining, and tourism has tourism facility center, retail plaza, and all these sport facility. Heritage and culture has museum and art gallery and amphitheater. So this is the major urban that has a bus stand over there. So that is the public intake, and then this is the road which is connected to the airport, and that is going to connect from the Marina Beach. So all these three roads are the major public roads, and this road has the hotel and the convention along this side, which will be serving the people from the airport and the world business hub will happening there, and that is the public node which invites the people from the urban to the urban context, and then the tourism space has a development which is basic pavilion, and this is my maritime museum which I built, and also I have a functional plan how I am going to integrate things and how it's going to be arranged. So this area program.
Yes. Last 3 minutes. So what a laser pointer.
So this is the master level plan. This is the central spine that divides the people, pedestrians, and it's also it's elevated. So it can people can flow inside and through reach the sea over there. And these are the proposed specifications. These ground coverage now, water traffic, proposed height and all. And then rainwater harvesting hotel and convention. So this is having right side convention and banquet hall. There is a central way plaza, and then if you go to the left side, it has all the floors. Upper floors have been used for the hotels. So it will also have a view of the area at the side, and then front there is a sea. So basically this design.
Scroll your slides gradually, don't rush, but don't speed. Okay, you are done with the presentation. You can start with the questions.
Okay, as a thesis project, you've done intensive. There's no doubt about it. So, you put in a lot of effort and it shows that it's worthy of a thesis project. So that we've done a lot of listening, I think, analysis of build and plan and site and energy and that's what I so as such, yes, it's good work. Question is, how related? I think we were so inspired by government policy that we wanted to put another marina wasteland from Singapore here. So I think we got completely inspired by that and created another.
So how I treated is the project which I am handling, scenario should not be any clue for the people to leave it aside. So I should take care of them and I'm going to build it. Actually, so that is how the process I got. So that is where all this is achieved.
Where does Chennai come into this? Where does Chennai come into this? So where does Chennai come into this? There is no place. So when I really look at it, it could be placed anywhere.
No,
anywhere.
it can't be. So the heights here, which were like you see it is coming down towards the sea. So there is a restriction for this, the height levels, and also it is based according to the urban context. I have explained to you why this hotel and convention is based on this side and the main public zones along that side.
You responded there to the site.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes.
You responded there to the site after it is down to the institute I work. You responded very properly to the other posted areas. As well as you responded properly to the regulations, posted regulations as well. But now I'm asking, you said I thought you said your word emphasis and I know what now, the thing is the thing I'm asking, the other context of site. You look at the design, you look at the design, other than architecture. It could be placed anywhere other than that, the site is better.
So one more thing. So from the elevated level, I have explained to it. So it is has to be iconic. It should create a landmark basically. That is the idea. So from the idea bridge, which will from there. So you will have a view of this maritime museum, which I have created as an iconic space. It should be a landmark. People enter the road. They have to see it as an iconic. So if you see the elevation here. Yeah. So this is one. So the flow along from the
Usually the visual impact, that's what I'm saying. If you say my whole idea is to give impact, then impact would be felt, as you said, as creating completely different architectures or pedestrians.
Exactly.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Without any context probably to Chennai. Just you wanted to create a contrast.
Yes.
And that's how you think in iconic building standards and landmarks.
Imaginary, I have also done the research of imaginary, how imaginary transfers from the research history and then the urban fabric of the city. So all those research has been done.
You don't find the relevance to the identity of Chennai in the buildings. You don't
No.
think it's required.
No, right now, whichever I have responded is with the trend right now, which is right now is happening and what people right now are excited about. So if you see the nearby Avicii side, which is different, they have, Chennai has a lot of mixed use of Avicii side. So I can't take that over those. I never thought about it because, like this can be a thing which I have to give to the site, right? So it's from my issue. So I don't know, like I think the
So we often say something like China or Chennai.
Yeah.
That's it. Because right now you're saying usually needs to stand out, you have no relevance to the context, and that's your expectation. So I'm accepting that, and I'm not agree with it. Okay? But I'm accepting your expectation as a reasonable expectation from your side. The only thing is now you're really look at context of Chennai in terms of its weather.
yes, I accept.
So how are you able to respond to that in terms of your style or in terms of the trees
So
or the
this
trees?
bazaar, which
Other than
has
the shadow, you explain about creation of shadow on your open space.
the glass and also working as a secondary scheme to the bazaar. I mean, secondary scheme to the building. So it's basically reduces the heat and penetrates to the wall. So that is the one thing which I learned.
Totally air conditioned space.
Sorry.
Air conditioned space.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
So you cannot avoid air conditioning in Chennai.
Which you can't be. The humidity level is also high. And then I tried my best to control the humidity level. But then I have came across this like providing the minimum width from the bazaar. That can I have this breathing space between the main wall and the bazaar, which is acting as secondary space. So, but that could not be the solid point to reduce the humidity.
But I think people have kind of segregated air conditioned spaces and non-air conditioned spaces, the public spaces.
Yeah, but basic pavilion is not air conditioning. This beach side pavilion. Yeah, this one. This is not the bottom thing is completely elevated. This is for the local vendors to increase they can work provide this also the main the upper level is not air conditioning. It's just a deck with the retail shops and all. So it can be a mix high and also the lower can flow along that. So it's completely it's not air conditioning. One the urban office can't be without ACs and then hotels can't be without ACs.
So talk about public common space, not talk about one thing.
Public common space is not air conditioning. These are. That's it. So if you see the section, this is how it shows. So there is a retail and then there is a thing coming. In the flat, you won't discuss it.
What about the main building? Right now talking about this building, I'm talking about the main building.
The urban.
What about this?
So this is completely air conditioned. And then to reduce the amount of sunlight which is penetrating to inside the building, that I just provided secondary scheme which is with the STPC translucent material which is holded by the GFRC panels. So this major thing which is here is GFRC, this bigger one, and there is a STPC translucent panel, and inside that there is a glass. So it is clearly explained in detail. Yeah, how the connection.
And at that point, a little bit more, you could have judged it. That main building.
Otherwise, I have responded to the building wind direction and then curving out.
Air conditioning. So in terms of channeling the
But in the terrace is not air conditioning. Terrace need to be nature ventilated.
not so much a survey on the timeline. I just wonder, other than the shadow analysis, I was just wondering whether you would have done that. You could have done some of the that's it.
Yes.
It's a reflective
station. Yes, that also I have curved out the building. If you see
So it is basically aerodynamic.
yes, it's aerodynamics. If you see the render here, so you see that is curved up. It is also curved here. The upper part is curved up.
The concept of aerodynamism is that you let don't let the wind into your wind.
I'm not forcing and releasing. I'm just channelizing it very far.
Along the surface.
Along the surface, along the detail.
I'm just trying to understand. It is that aerodynamic what really works when you try to lessen the kind of load which is factoring in that.
Yes.
Other than that, I don't know because unless it's something like that, inclusive like box, then we can say aerodynamic.
Yeah.
But if you're doing more permanently, that's when you actually get in there. And I think that's where I hope your design can be suffered. Like it looks good. And that's why probably the concept for little analysis.
Yes.
But we did not know. And I think it is possible to have done a little bit more
Internal association. That's true. Yeah. I focused on exterior association.
wind velocity.
Yes.
And it's wind is coming through. It's not coming under.
Yeah.
So I think that should
That can be the integration of wind and wind. Yeah.
Yeah, this is essentially meant for the public. This is a public place.
Yes.
So when you look at the ground floor, design on the ground floor,
Yes.
I can see that the experience of the pedestrian has not been given much thought. If you look at the ground floor plan, yeah. First of all, your percentage of hard surface is too much as compared to the fragmented green space. The green space actually is leftover space. It's not a design green space and it does not complement the building. I mean, in any large complex like this, ideally the open space should complement the building.
Yes.
Where you have some predetermined preconceived building forms. Which large amount of fragmented green open space. In a building of this scale, a project of this scale, these spaces just isn't as well. You cannot do a comprehensive landscape design on a fragmented open spaces, green spaces like this. And I sincerely feel that your percentage of hard space is a little on the higher side. And again, I come back to my first question that what would we put a pedestrian feel as he walks through from one side to the other. In a complex like this, please explain.
So I told you the road which is
I request the audience to please be silent.
major public road, so that takes the people in through that spine, and then there is a detail on this. This is the multiplex, the commercial, and then they come directly in. So this is the shaded platform which is in the kind of from the hotel and the commercial complex, the multiplex complex. So if they come along this space, this major spine, this has a lot of retail shops over here, which is making more like vibrant this space, and also the green which we have done and stuff. This is because of the render which I have made. So I don't want to put dark too much into mine. It's also there are a lot of green. This complete is treated as green, and also so this is providing a larger social space. The center spine is not just a space. It also have a lot of details, socializing spaces and like OAP spaces kind of thing. This one. This is the OAP here. And this service which is the toilet, changing service all along right along here on the corners.
I am talking about the experience of a pedestrian as he or she walks from one end to the other.
Yes, from there.
What would she, do you have any sketches or any views of somebody is walking through that
Yes.
channel? What does he or she see? How would they react to the building envelopes all around? I mean, the buildings are, when you design buildings in such a large complex, first of all, you have to design it together in the open space.
multi block, which has a cafe on top of it, and that ties to the deck.
In the total complex, what would be the percentage of the museum in terms of floor area?
50.
Show me your section.
This 2 floors, 2.5 floors of the museum, that is admin with the retail over, and this is also there is a retail space and then outdoor exhibits. In the maritime museum, there will be large ships and things, so that needs to
Okay,
be.
show me the 3 view. The ones I did. Okay, so where is the museum here? The last block. This is the museum. And where is your hotel and hostel? That's part of the whole list. But that's part of your project.
Sorry?
But that's also part of your project.
Yes, that's also what.
So my people at this client, it does not see anything. The museum is 50% of the village. Somehow.
I didn't use my blessing because 45.
Maritime museum
Yes, this one is maritime museum. The white color for the development, and this is elevated level, which is the cantilever. So I have also thought about the imagery people immediately enter that space. If they enter that corner, this is also connected. Commercial block and commercial block is also connected. So it will be providing the frame like an edge. It will be connected in the floor, and it has a vision like through when they enter into it, they will have the other floor just connected, and then further they move on, they will have this vibrant space which is like this is the seating with the escalator staircase landing the people to the first floor, and there is a retail and there is a sit out for people to have and
But I'm still not sure why you're calling it a museum project.
sorry.
I'm still not sure why you're calling it a maritime museum. So that's less than half.
That is part of my project. This is not only my project. My major development. Oh, okay. My museum is not my 50%. My urban development is 50%. And this will be 25-25. This is my museum pavilion and this is my maritime museum, which will be 25-25. My museum 50% is urban development.
Okay, have you studied the coastal zone of the Krishna?
Yes, CR zones. Yes. Yes. I also take 100 meters from the IRT and then 200 meters from the ocean. 500 meters I should not have more than 8 meters which I was saying before. And also have basic restriction. I should not go beyond 6 meters below. And that to have the certain regulation which is like 100 meters from the beach side and then 500 meters from the ocean side. That is the regulation.
And what material are you using for the roofing?
J-passing. Glass roof. Reinforcements.
Glass fiber reinforcement.
Yes.
And how would it behave if we had a tsunami?
I have treated in terms of flood, but not in terms of but in terms of flood, it is well designed. I can say that because the urban response which I have explained from the water blower, that is one of the technique, and then I have elevated this structure completely. So this can be flood friendly, but not.
Let's also factory images of paper. So thanks.
So it's comprehensive design. I did good study on Chennai, zonal regulations, and it reminds me a lot of this project at Lucknow, which is called City of Arts and Science, which is in Valencia.
Yes.
Now, I may have to repeat what Madam had asked sometime earlier, and which you disputed or you didn't feel comfortable to answer about idea of Chennai. But this comes from the fact that we all possibly work on context, and without the context and without citing it, you cannot have a project broadly classified. So as much as she's saying, this could have been in Singapore for all you care, alright? Could have been in Valencia next to Kalaka's project.
In terms of material.
Whatever. In terms of all the features, because you've got a flat roof, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Chennai, flat roof, cyclones, the amount of rain that falls.
That's the museum I produced.
So one can get flooded, one cannot get flooded. It's not an answer, right? You got to start looking at those minor ideas and try and keep it to the entire project, right? And the aspect of Chennai is a rich culture and heritage. And what of that have you brought into this?
Okay. So if you see in terms of food, that has variety. I mean, people came there for like basically people come for the business and they come for the tourism, which is like they want something which is unique to the city. Sorry?
No, because Chennai is, okay, any list of Chennai is known for dance, for music, for culture, for food, right? And then there are iconic
Historic culture, which is represented in the
and there are iconic buildings in Chennai, which is also from the past and also from the British era. Wouldn't it have made sense to start looking at, you've got a lot of study of Chennai, but you've stuck to only the plan. You looked at the density, you looked at traffic pattern and other such things.
I've also looked at different architecture style, which is right now.
And what did you bring out that into this building? You just dumped it into a dustbin. You looked at all the architectural styles, you felt very happy about it, you dumped it.
Nah.
And didn't bring anything back to it. So the point is, it's not about material. The point is to be connected with the city. Material, you can take the city into the future by using your materials. Okay, the GRC and all of that is taking the city into the future. But the first is to connect and to tie the project to the city is the number one criteria. Now that need not be in terms of material. It could be in terms of
Are you talking about creating courtyards for the community and then?
I'm not saying anything. Okay. I'm saying that.
Visually, I'm not getting. You want in terms of the form or the material or.
That's what you decide, right? I mean, I'm not asking you to put up a temple here.
Exactly.
Right? I'm not asking you to put up courtyards here.
Yes.
I'm asking you to pick up elements and of Chennai, of many things in Chennai, and to represent it here in some way so that it connects itself by the soul to Chennai. Right? That is needed.
So I talked about brands in the beach center. So this has a lot of beach varieties, that is unique about the Chinese flavors of Chennai. That completely spread across the street, like street side vendors and all, because they are providing the space for them. They can come and have their shops over there, and they can have it. It can create tourist spot, the one game spot, the final spot for the tourists.
Those are all very memorable and very sort of incidental. But as a gene pool of Chennai, it's always good to sort of look at what the gene pool consists, pick out a fabric that you think connects to Chennai, and possibly use it. And then that would have helped it being anchored in Chennai. The rest of it, the physical features of it, could have taken Chennai into the future. That might be whatever you've done in terms of form. I don't need to disconnect. But there are certain wild options that you should have tightly come to Chennai. Nobody would have questioned you on this project. All of this 10-15 minutes of discussion. Yeah, exactly.
I got it. Thank you so much.
So we'll continue with the fourth presenter. And before that, we have the second Institute, AEAPAP 25113, Kimi Heya, Bamboo Institute and Skill Development Center, Arunachal Pradesh. This is not reported. So this is the last presentation which we have before we shift on. Yeah, 511. Before that, we have to pick up a tape for the section G of our presentation. So, just hold on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
ABATSC 25110. 25110. ABAT Immigration / Refugee Detention Center, Pondicherry. Your code is AEATSC 25110. Please come back.
So this one is the last presentation in the category A. The four was rest of the answers. So you can do so. Your side starts. You can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank this event for giving me this opportunity to present my project in front of you all. The title of my project is Water is Fire, Analog Not Reading Center for Space Exploration and Research. So, imagine you are standing in a desert-like environment and you are looking into information trading, which is also very desert-oriented, but it looks also vulnerable. Right? So, water is fire emissions and India's first analog astronaut training center and the research site. As we know that India is growing in a faster rate in terms of space technology and space research, and the time is not far when we like look into the future and we try to colonize different planets or we try to move into the orbital bases. But before doing that, we need to focus on designing something which also caters to human mind and body, because right now whatever we see in the space field and space sector is mostly engineering designs. Its main focus is how to reach to the other planets or outer space. But till now nobody has really started thinking about how we will survive in the outer space. So keeping that in mind, there are some architectural concerns when we talk about such kind of things. To start with, the first one is the contextual relevance. So for such kind of project, generally we choose an isolated area which is very ecologically sensitive because it kind of resembles to the extreme climate of the outer space as well, which make it a very suitable space for the space explorers and researchers to participate in the research and conduct research in a likely or a very similar environment. The second concern is human well-being under confinement. This kind of facilities require a high level of isolation, which is very prolonged, as well as sensory deprivation, wherein we kind of stay disconnected from the different social lives and social status. So how to deal with that confinement? How to keep the human body and mind very active in such kind of environment, which is also very extreme in terms of climate conditions. Third one is the interdisciplinary integration. So this project basically has 56 different functions inside the single site. And as we know, for this kind of facilities, talk about observatories or planetariums or exhibition buildings or research buildings, they all have different design requirements. There are different requirements in terms of the restrictions and the accessibility to the public. So how this thing can be managed and addressed through the design. The last one would be sustainability and scalability. When we talk about prototypes or the research modules that we design generally for the outer space or space exploration, we also need to keep in focus the sustainability, because we on the cost factor, how much payload it will take, is it possible to send it to the outer space, or how the research will be conducted, even the scalability of the model, how easily can it be transportable, and how can we use the same module for different functions. So this is the image of the existing site that I have taken for the research, which is considered as analog site. It is in Gujarat. The reason behind choosing the site is this site is already identified by ISRO and IHE Bangalore as the most relevant site in terms of similarity to the Martian landscape, of jarosite mineral, which is also found on the Martian soil, which makes the site a very similar to conduct research in terms of how the strategical analysis and stuff. The site this site is also present in Lucknow, which is a very isolated village, as well as has a proximity to the prominent tourist place, which is a temple in Gujarat. So when this thing when we combine both the factors, it kind of gives us both the things, but it is isolated for research purposes, as well as it will have the tourist attraction because it is near to the Assam temple, which gives it a good proximity, and visitors will have this attraction when they see a futuristic design during the desert late in the night, and they will obviously go there to explore. Coming to the architectural strategies that addresses the architectural to start with, I have taken the secret code 369 from Pura Vistas, which we considered as the key source to the universal geometry that we see. Some of the prominent examples of this code, the geometrical code is the Fibonacci series of golden ratio that we see, which is incorporated in Sri Lanka, and as well as the temple design and temple architecture, as well as the city of Jaipur is planned based on this similar concept. So this is something that connects our ancient wisdom and Indian knowledge system to that of the futuristic exploration and futuristic design. That how we can take the inferences from our history and incorporate it into the futuristic design. So this is the basic geometry that we found for this mathematical code, and I have tried to incorporate it into the building planning as well as we see the temple architecture. It is just because of the cosmic resonance. It attracts cosmic resonance and it kind of passively make the building very comfortable for the human beings or the users who are going there, and it kind of aligns their health passively through the placement of the structure and the energy nodes of the design based on the geometry. So when we combine these energy nodes, these are the three main energy nodes that we have, and the three main building structures are based on each of the nodes. And when we kind of convert it to the planning of the whole building, the form of the building, it is also incorporated in a similar manner where all the nodes that we see, this is the basic pattern that the mathematical code follows. So based on the similar pattern, we have all the communal and the gathering spaces around it, the drop-off areas which connect the all the main separation and the connection in this code structure. And all the other buildings are placed in similar in the center part, which is the 0 point, has this building, which is the start of the building. Now talking about combining this code and these two Fibonacci series and the geometry of the temple, it kind of resonate with the user based on its geometric pattern and how a user could be inside the building. It's also made it very possible for the user and staff members and researchers garden area with the buffer zone, because this whole part of the site is restricted road where the kind of zones and extracurricular activities are carried out wherein they can conduct the research, and the existing mural which is found is also present over here. Then we have ashram garden in the below part, which is open to the public, and we have a recreational garden at the back part as well. Inside the building, as we have had the different functionalities and it is connected together, so we have a green hub in the center and community sitting areas. It is surrounded by the ramp that goes through the building. The two main zones inside the buildings are the waiting zone, which is over here, covered by green and passing covered around this circular ramp that goes through the building. Then the second one is this green hub. Green hub is basically a structure that contains the hydroponic and aeroponic systems, which shows the users and the visitors how with less use of water and soil and other minerals to grow plants and grow our food, which is also relevant for space agriculture research. So it is both a research facility as well as experience and for the user to see how these things work out in the space. This is the programmatic view of the building structure, wherein to start with, this is the first admin structure we have. This is the exhibition building of the exhibition center. We have the institutional building here. In the center, we have the green hub, the facilities for hydroponics. This is the planetarium building over here, and this is the observatory structure. It is a tower basically to keep it like less light pollution and have the similar that is required for our observation facility. And we have analog modules on the side of it. There are like 4 analog modules. These 2 are open for the public because they lie in the public zone, and they can see how the actual analog modules look in international space stations or with our concept designed for it. And other 2 are restricted for the researchers to conduct specific research are required. It is near to the analog as well as the structures are scalable and computable. It can be transported to the site or it can be placed in the research over here. Now coming to the planning part, I quickly go through the zones because it has a lot of facilities. To start with, from the basics, we have this building services zone in the basement part and the exhibition center. Then we have the staff zone, all the staff facilities, storage areas for the exhibition building. The exhibition start from the zone continuum. We need a proper flow of visitors in the exhibition building. So we start from the basement, and we also have a surface parking and unloading area in the basement, so that it can be the vehicles can be transported directly in the basement and it can be unloaded over here. To move to the institutional building, again we have this service area, then the staff zone, and these are the assembly and fabrication parts. So this is the VIP parking that we have for the planetarium building. We have this communal spaces area along with the institutional facility. On the ground floor, we have the admin facilities, then we have the zone 2 for the exhibition, then auditorium, then zone 3. Then the center is the green hub, then again the staff facility on the institutional building, the lecture halls, auditorium, and the laboratories. Then on the planetarium building, we have the planetarium sittings as the entry is from the first floor. And for the observatory building, we have a temporary exhibition space as well as the tower to the observatory floors and admin area for them. And these are the analog modules that are there. And on the first floor, we are entering into the planetarium, then the ancillary facilities, supporting facilities. Then 2 observation decks where viewers can do their own and organizing workshops or seminar to the astronomers. These are the service areas and storage areas, and these are the basic facilities on the first floor for the viewers. And then coming to the observatory facility, the first one, the topmost floor has this telescopic chamber. Then on the below there we have the reflection rooms and on below the to the public, and basically there is such things in case of movements that all movements and the This is how the building formed in this excellent view with the level difference go through all the building, the visitors and the structure, and this is how the first one is the vertical cross section, and this is the horizontal one. The first module is the analog module, wherein we have this facility which is based on origami pattern. It can be compressed and expanded based on the need, and it follows a modular frame structure as well as dimensions. And the material which is used for this structure is based on the outer space requirements. So these are layer that we have used for radiation protection, fire resistance, and microinverters protection. And this is the planetary analog module, which will be a prototype for a planetary surface. It's 3D printed. It also has different layers of surface, and I tried to make it a micro-infused regolith, which is basically the 3D printed chemical mixed with the mycelium, which is also known for its self-healing properties. So the structure can self-heal itself when it's challenged. It may a bit of time, but it can be a successful solution.
Stop the presentation and just scroll the slides slowly. Please. So that the presentation. Let's start the questions.
Well, in strength of the science and was kind of really sees suitable for the kind of topic. Spaceship. Most of the images we get over the years in spaceships, and I think those kind of things that probably. Is that one observatory should be around it. It is far away from its habitation. That's the vision where it goes. What is that? How does this work? It is not related. So supposed to see at a height, it is not related to a data would have been most right now there is no data that is why I asked this. Because actually one of the three qualifications trying to make it about 60. So that is a separate issue. So the two don't meet. So I think this is slowing down just to expand your sustainable project. It's a problem. Because we always have issues with how we can update the activities and enough people to provide all those things. Research center is very exclusive. Allow the high security. They don't allow public uses, even for electricity meetings or academic meetings also they're not open. So what I'm saying is that already have an exhibition today, because the rest are related to everything like the planetarium, which is more like a property again. So again, those issues are there.
I would like to highlight address this because actual size of which is used for research would be small contract, and this site would be sufficient for that kind of purpose.
We go back to this again. Aren't you enlarging the scale? And then, I think that way it's abolishing and
I go back to what you said earlier. You say that from visitors will come to visit the temple. From where? That is the nearest end. Visitors to temples normally don't fly back. When they come from the railway station, which is 100 kilometers away. So when they come to visit the temple, how long will they spend at the temple and how long at this site? So after that, you expect them to go back to the railway station or stay at some hotel or what? I mean, you have to look at the practicality of those things. The kind of people who visit temples for religious reasons normally don't visit planetary temples. So I think these are two separate kind of crowd that we are talking about. That is one of the problems. Secondly, if you look at the site plan, indicating a site, obviously you can view from Nikola Tesla had said, I have mentioned your building like that. But the several buildings, they look completely out of place. Not only because of their shape and size, but also because of their facade design. The way you have looked at Nikola Tesla's theory, I would have expected that you look at what Corbusier and Monica have to say about design of building structure. They want to learn about how to divide space, position of things, and how to design some exact points. Because those really completely out of place. They could be taken out of your site. Again, for a large site, you have, for a place like both, you have substantial amount of hard steel, but very little clean space. Again, like most of the design that we have seen today, these are like leftover spaces. When you design a site plan, it is very important to look at being them and build spaces together. One should complement the other. And what is happening in a design when you have a preconceived building form, if you start putting those buildings in your site, and therefore what you have is leftover space. Very difficult to access, and they don't relate to the building. They are just there. Because once you change the buildings in that form, and then you have to have research user space for making very safe whatever. Whatever space you have left for your landscaping, soft landscaping, is practically meaningless leftover space. That has become a glaring point in your site plan. So that is my main comment about it.
Want to
I completely agree. Though the percentage is around 65 to 70% on the side, but because of the structure, the percentage is somewhat less. Also, the structure we are talking about, the hexagonal one, these are basically the analog model. Replicate exactly to that of a space model or a research center that we create, which is why it has a different design and language, and it has a different use of material and different methods and methodology to give it an actual feel like how the exactly do it. I could have used concrete or but it would have looked like a normal building, not the facility which is actually being used. So with them a real experience I incorporate.
I mean, no matter how much of theory you use, as an architect, the building has to have that respect. I cannot just justify it with a lot of theories. Only in a sense that the building has to look good. Yes. That is not wrong.
Okay, I would like to clarify exactly what she's talking about. I'm looking at this as mainly a planetarium project. Very less anything to do with astronaut training. You're calling it an astronaut training center. it's an ideal location for an astronaut training center because it's far away from population, it's got clear skies, it's got to do everything, and if it was an astronaut training center, nobody would have questioned you about accessibility, why this far, etc. Now you're questioning all of that, you're saying that it is open to the public, right? So all the facilities which is inside it simulate the public experience of astronaut center, right? You are basically not gone into the clinical aspects of astronaut training center. I don't know what case studies you've done, etc. But your simulation centers, zero gravity areas, MAC-3, microgravity simulation areas, is all zero. There is nothing to simulate that. You're only looking at some visible options. I don't even know whether we have looked at the technical aspects of what it means for a training center. Do you have an answer to this?
This is not a astronaut training center, but the analog astronaut training center.
What is the difference?
So basically, astronaut training center are specifically for the astronaut candidates who are actually visiting the outer space or the facilities in order to do research and conduct different experiments. Analog astronauts are basically the third persons or the professionals from different fields. For example, I am an architect, so I am an analog astronaut and I can focus on the architectural aspect of space exploration. Then someone from psychology can be an analog astronaut and focus on the human psychology. So these are basically the research persons from different fields that like collaborate together to conduct interdisciplinary research to come up with a solution that can actually be applied to a training facility or outer space module or orbital base like National Space Station. So the kind of research that proposed to the space station.
But not devoid of the main research center. It can't be done independent of the main research center. However, I understood if there's a research center, maybe it was 200 meters from this, which you are not touching, and you had said that this is not an enterprise, and I'm doing this research center here. And that is maybe about 500 meters away, which you take a stop on and you're saying that it's there. But this is like an ancillary unit to the research center. It's not a potentially viable option. It's miles away from something, and you will not find anybody coming in and being here or participating in this. In terms of the form, it's geometrically viable, mathematical quotients that are used, which is a good idea, and you're taking off from there. I see that these spaces, because of the mathematical constraint that you use, spaces are all disconnected. Okay, because of the geometry, strong logic of geometry you're using, spaces are disconnected and very predictable. Where A, B, C, D, and a head and a body, it's very predictable. So I think astronomy is a very unpredictable venture. You don't even see anything which is predictable in some sense. Only certain things are diverse. Maybe possibly if you are related to that, it would have been better rather than some geometric models. Okay.
Also, I have during this microgravity research and simulation facility which was on the first floor for both the buildings for the research facility.
You can't just give a space and call it microgravity. You need to give it that actual whatever the functionality of it. You've done the research and you should have said that this is what the volumes are required, and it just can't be a part of something. It has to be specifically worded out because it requires, I'm sure, it requires clean rooms, and it requires bunny suits, and it requires pressurized chambers, it requires services to go there. None of that it doesn't look like it is around your facility. Yours is more like a conference and a visible museum and a visual delight facility, right? If your premise was worded differently, I think it would have worked. If it said that this is next to the center, nobody would have asked you what all the other things, right? Okay.
project addresses concerns in the society. And the presentation is to 5 Lucknow for presentation that is the last the presentation code is 2510. Coaching mode second. Coaching mode second. AES 2510.
Father, please send out a message to participate.
AES 2510 forgotten to found a case of Pathu Lake Madurai.
Please come back.
Thank you.
Today my topic is Immigration Refugee Detention Center. This is my structure of presentation. Research and background and site content and norms of presentation strategies, designing proposals. Mainly why need of detention center for India. So I am going to give you a brief introduction. So if you go to another country or any foreign countries, so without any visa or any process, we will be directly going to the detention center. When we come to India, we are not having such a proper detention center. In India, right now we are facing. So as of my research, I see a lot of refugees used to come from neighboring countries, and I used to see mostly from I am also I see from Sri Lankan refugees how they used to enter through how they used to enter. Yeah. So how they used to come via boats to Rameshwaram, how they used to sail, and even we see in Northeast India how immigrants are transferring. So my aim is to create a functional security environment for these details, and the objectives are towards human conditions and transparency and accountability, and educate them and send them back. So this is my brief introduction. The benefits of detention center, it is ensuring public safety for the individual rights and it process through the shelter. And these are some foreign policies, how they used to say to treat refugees with certain human treatment and medical care and discipline and contact with the world. This is my justification, how people are entering. And these are the laws and bylaws. So basic facilities to provide for them sanitation and security, medical, food and school based on gender and age group. And these are my research analysis on internet in another countries, different papers. And these are my live case studies. And my first live case study is Matia Transit Camp. It is located in the Golpara district. And it was India's first detention center, and it changed to a transit camp. And this is a site plan, and right now there is no detention center. So when I visited this live case study, so I got the brief from the deputy commissioner sir. So they will be in the site plan. There will be watchtowers, health center, security posts, and dining and kitchen quarters, and there will be a school. And this is live case study too. I did based on my materials. And this is live case study 3. It is a primary health center in Dimapur. I studied from this place. These are the top case studies. This is Ebi Chaudhary's workshop in Kolkata. This is a present for it, so I could brief. So I talk influencers and case studies as well. So from Matia Transit Camp, I took tentative components and working procedure of the security system and of a detention center and area breakdown for the spaces and Earth Institute all over. My site was selected in the Pondicherry. So I went to Earth Institute all over to study the materials for my detention center. And case study 3 primary health center, I see in the local materials uses and the innovation and how climate responds to them, how climate responds. And this workshop, the main concept is even detention people, when they used to come, even foreign policies used to say they should work at that place. So for that, I am having a vocational training center. Here, this is like a growing upliftment for the local people in the workshop. So I did a case study. They used to learn the work and they go back. So this is a present. I see the spaces how they design for the prisoners in architectural way. How should architecture bring into the building? This is Asian village. Here my tentative components is huge and people are accommodating 3,000 people. So I see a housing project how like clustering and all. So this is my reference one. And this is my site location in Pondicherry. The site in Kalapet area. I selected my site in institutional zone. So the site area is around 440,000 square meters. It is beside sea and I followed all CRZ rules. This is my SWOT analysis and the other maps. And site surroundings I am having institutes and medical college and fire engine and 2. And climate analysis. As we know, Pondicherry is hot and humid climate. So this is the wind map. Wind is approaching from all the sides and hot and humid. So the red line. And these are CRZ rules, regulations, and this is Pondicherry plot coverage and front is 7.5, 6, rear 6, and we should use more than 10,000 square meter, 40% of the area on the ground. My concept philosophy. My concept is Aero Nova, where Aero means air and lightness, Nova like new and innovation techniques to bring. So I follow three design things. First one is breathable architecture, earth and innovation, timely groupscapes. Breathable architecture in the sense how air flow naturally flows through the through the walls and facade and courtyards to enhance ventilation. It is a government project, so it's not using mostly mechanical ventilation. So I want to design in minimal way, depth and innovation by taking with own soil, the bricks and making construction will reduce a lot temperature in building form and dynamic roofscape. Here I am using layered roof systems to reduce heat, to transfer inside and to escape hot air inside environment. These are some sketches I made to reflect the sunlight. Cultural and social impact. Even here, people who are connected to space, they are walking and we need to encourage them to participate in the community. So, for our vocational training center too. So, yeah, and I am taking climate adaptation too. And this is my zoning. So, this is like residential work only. I am planning in a minimal living. Common rooms and toilets, we suppose healthcare and minimum facilities, vocational training center, study area, working and workshop, like school means school, play area, classes, like administration and security blocks. And this is little zoning to connect all the buildings. My area program. This is my site plan, and I am having admin block and staff quarters and a primary health center, a central park. These are all my dormitories. I am having 4 types of dormitories and workshop and dining and kitchen spaces and school and security. And this is my this area is restricted area and this is semi-restricted. And this is how I am designing my boundary walls. And these are my roads and pedestrians as well towards all the buildings. And this will be vegetation area. And this is my primary health center, first building. This is the reception area, and here I am having observation and emergency area. This is my OPD, and these are my OPD, and this is ICU. So this is a primary clinic which will be for emergency purpose. And this is my interior view, and this is my elevation. Here I am going through the ceiling also with the wall brick to connect the slab. And here it goes to mechanical ventilation only. And this is my dining and kitchen. So here, dining and kitchen. This is my floor plan. So these are all the corridors, and the walls also I designed in a way to create a cavity wall. But here I am using attached panels in this way. So these are dining sit-out spaces, and inside serving and storage area will be there. And this will be area view. Coming to structure, here I am using recycled roofing sheets. This is my layer 1, and my layer 2 will be my brick roofs, which I am using to reduce heat towards inside. It's kind of a vault I am creating. This will be space, steps and beams and structure. This will be the thatch panels will be there. The thatch material is like we used to use in the ancient also. It reduces temperature. It's kind of grass, and this is my I am showing my longitudinal section to show my roofing system and elevation. And this is my dormitories. I designed four dormitories for different type of people used to come. Single people, 2 people, 3 people, refugees used to attend. and this is my for a single people dormitory, individual block. Admin block. And this is my vocational training center. In center I kept well. Here the concept I am using, the details used to work all the time in the here. They used to work with making as of the contest, but it used to be so limited, so I am creating some air tunnels when air will be compressed in narrow space. It will be more cool compared to air when it used to travel in the bigger space and huge spaces. The air ducts are placed towards the rooms. And this is my school. So all the classes are located parallelly and centrally courtyard is there for prayer and all. And admin, the principal rooms and all. And same image like this. And this is my this is my typical drawing of how our room I connect to the class. How maybe I also participate throughout the work procedure and all. This is my successes, and I am taking all my successes to the side. So water collection, holding the tank, domestic water tank, bore point also there. And here I kept buffers also for CRS rules. This is my idea. I follow through the cricket at different lights, how it goes. And this is water management. I use the areas to manage for all the sites. And this is
Hello? So, what is probably the kind of design I will going for low cost because of the government
that's my main aim.
Because you're taking these types of processes also. You're taking these types of processes. This is
to take it from international map.
What I say is that sensors have to deal with security also. Because you're basically containing them in the necessity to go around the system. Untracked. What is tracked, who are not entitled to stay here without any security was not present.
No, security is infrastructure.
Because it's not
I allow it. This is security block of my
What about Zonal?
They will be surrounding. This area, I must say, is restricted area in my side. Like I'm showing you the number. Here, this area now will be entered. The compound. Yeah. So I have two walls, primary wall and secondary wall. So there will be a water body also in my side. They will be blocked up surrounded by my side. But I can keep my side entered.
Water body is the one?
Yeah. It is 70 meter deep. For security reasons.
What is it?
It is around, it is like a exact water body. This site is around 4 lakh 40,000 square feet. These from year to year, the distance are around 8 acres.
So you use the more around 4
Yeah, it's like that.
Another thing is, I accepted what that what are the locations of the site?
The location of the site is in the
is it a board? Normally they manage part of the stadium without any.
Actually, I went through so many locations and the cost of the line, but I specifically selected this area because I needed a huge area also, and this project is residential also. This is institutional, so I am selecting my land use and go to the land use map, and I selected this area. I got a good lot. Here also yeah, school is location is they are going to Lala, yes.
So I think just like the other forest is now problem. Here then the water is again another. This is only issues you have that problem. I would say that the selection of the site. The other point is that I don't find but I don't find any accommodation for families.
I thought that the salary I really bought my I say they want partnerships for the whole the main issue is something which was and as per there are two sorts of this is this is also like apartment here this is 4 people can share and one share will be accommodated. So this was if it is more than 3-4 people stay here. Children, maybe women.
Obviously, you will not talk about that because those people will take care of social services. I know this is again discussing with the how do you address refugee like
No, I am thinking. Ma'am, I see this refugees from I'm facing people from last 2 years in my life. So I see some of these people are there. So I doing research on that. So I really contact my countries, ma'am. That like new startups and all. I kept in my mind. Refugees, yeah.
How are you going to create that problem if you are running?
Firstly, they used to talk about to survive like economic crisis.
Have you addressed this in your mind?
This is.
Have you addressed that one? Because right now it's a competition. And you have
the duration of stay is 6 months to 10 months. The support. No, sir. But mostly I focus on the development. So the people who are in season and so speaking of them.
What the last like what you're being formal in this school relationship as work.
Yeah, yes. If we have some salary, we will share it with us. So I the total capacity around 3,809 people. I am having vegetation and poultry also. Here this part will be vegetation area, agricultural land, agricultural land and poultry land. So there are other commercial activities. Even foreign policies used to say they can't simply, they should earn little amount for their surviving. So as per our laws also we need to provide them at least 6 to 8K for minimum basis, and when immigration process they can go back and they can learn. That's how I took case study also from Chaudhary Design Studio in Kolkata. The local people, how they uplifting their livelihood and settling again going back. It is like a kind of course. So actually there is no proper case study. I even went through my brief to some SARS in Guwahati and Kolkata. Yeah, language problems, sir. There will be. Sir, there will be service roads. There will be from back to I'm having another road surrounded. That is like they need to watch the security reasons on the restricted area. And inside I'm having big roads.
Why big roads? What kind of vehicles and equipment? I mean, looking at your side, one feels that all your buildings could have been abandoned in one half of the side, and if you leave the other half of the field.
Yeah, that I can do, sir, but when I do the government proposals in India for this project, I see the site area was around 500 acre, 1000 acre, 1500 acre proposal. So if I take 100 acre in a site and I plan, so it might be helpful for others also to understand. So in that way I coordinate my sites. Even I can finish in half year, then I can keep the rest part will be for future expansion also. This our area.
Expansion can happen
Anywhere.
But actually, the problem that comes with having so many buildings all over the site. How large is your site?
Sir, 440 square meters, sir. In acre it is around 124, sir.
So just imagine where you have roads, every road will have street lamps.
Yeah, yes,
necessarily, increases the cost. If you have a compact design and leave the rest of it for your future development, then you spend less on infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
There is always a balance between the cost of building and cost of infrastructure. Here, your cost of infrastructure is more than the building.
Yeah,
You know the cost of a boundary wall. In your side, the cost of boundary wall is more than the cost of the building.
Yes, sir.
So one has to take care of those things as well. You cannot just
Yes, true, sir. That till now I didn't even think of all my roads and whatever. I'm thinking only the plans how to human.
your design, the cost of the boundary wall and roads and infrastructure will be double of what you spend for the buildings.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your project is very seminal in the sense that in India, if there is a prototype of a detention center that is actively working and can work, it can get repeated in many cases. We are going to have, over the years, we're going to have problems in the northeast, we're going to have problems there. So it can be repeated to a certain extent. I'm not saying the site and boundary, because the site here is flat, the other sites would be in a different method. One observation is your site plan. Yes, your site plan is extremely large, and I do not know whether you have any data to say what is the covered area. Do you have a percentage of covered area? So FAR of this site?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your FAR will be less than 0.5.
Yes, sir.
Even less. Because the extent of the site, and this is a public site. If you need such a huge site to accommodate this entire gambit of people and things around, number one. Two is the detention center. I like your construction methodology. You're looking at low-rise buildings. You're looking at trying to keep them habitat which they are familiar with. It's rain conducive because rain and heat conducive. It's on the coastal area, so it works very well. But I think if you take one of your buildings, you're not gone through it specifically. Take your public health center. Go down to your public health center. You see the public health center, look at the plan of it. Go down to your plan of it. You've not thought it through. You've only looked at it in terms of a form and you've left it there. Yeah. Look at the public health center. You have an open courtyard in between. Okay? And it's going to rain. And your roof structure is a saucer. Right? It's going to rain. All that rain is going to pour down into your public health unit. So, it is not enough if you just get one or two things right. In thesis, you have to have figured out everything. We've done case studies of public health unit in Hosu, right? Yeah, and that should have given you ideas of how you should ensure that these things are sorted out. Some of the construction techniques are nice, but not all of them, right? And your site plan, very disturbing. Very disturbing because you just scattered it. There is no logic that, I have to keep my people in this space, I have to divide it into zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. No such thing. If you had planned it a little bit better, you could have had a zone 1 which is a little more open, zone 2 which is a little more closed. You could have used your fencing ideas only to shorter or a limited exposure rather than the entire boundary wall. If you work out the cost as much as it is the same, I don't think anybody can afford this cost. You have a trench which is 7 meters, you have water which is stagnant water which is sitting there, okay? Half the people will die of malaria, right? It will not work. So you have to think this through rather than giving some vague ideas. But I like your construction techniques, I like the fragility of the simple plans that you have picked up. Okay, that idea is good. You have picked up simple plans and you try to moderate that. but I think in terms of side time, it's not so strong. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next presenter, can you please come on the stage? Yeah. You pick one more chair. Yeah. Pick one more chair.
AELC 25105 support architecture of end of life care in Kashmir.
Yes, yes, please come backstage. Thank you. Can you please play my presentation? Is this a presentation? No.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my thesis project is about a street named Arjun Lane in Madurai, Tamil Nadu. It's all paved with a trip to Madurai. So I'm exploring the city, Madurai, and found a very narrow street hustled with textile shops. But as I moved further in the street, I found 10 granite pillars standing in the middle of the street, and I wondered why are they were there. But while thinking all of that, I found that these pillars were only used by the people as a supporting member for their shops, upfronts, and the coding materials, and all of that. So in that commercialization, these pillars lost their historical identity and merged with the streets improvements. After that trip, I started my research on Madurai. So Madurai itself is the third largest city in Tamil Nadu, and it's a city of culture in itself. Madurai has different culture, traditions, and lot of trades and commerce activities. If we talk about the evolution of Madurai, it evolves from a temple city, and then fortification destroyed, and the Madurai divided into two parts, North Madurai and South Madurai. Then I started my research around the heritage of my site. So I found these spots or points which were connected to the street. The Meenakshi temple was about 1.5 kilometers from the street, and the famous Thirumalai Mahal was 1 kilometer from that stretch. The Pathur Lane is a part of Thirumalai Mahal once. As you can see that plan, if we can see that plan, we can see that only 1/4 part of the palace is still there, and all the part of the palace are devastated as the period passes. So these pillars were once a part of the facade of the palace, which was serving as a facade material of a Rangavilasam part of that palace. So this stretch was 120 meter long and 4 meter wide. Average was 4 meter, but it varied from first pillar to last pillar. And the pillars were 12 meter high and have a dia of 1.2 meters. If we talk about the evolution of pillars, there were two stories. One is the folk story, people from here, as they told me how pillars were grown in ancient time. Pillars were used to tie elephants or the soldiers were sit at the pillars in the war while fighting. But if we can see the evolution, we can see a clear difference how commercialization has increased. During the American dynasty, there were some Zoroastrians who work on textiles were settled in that state. But so they started that state, they started their residential and work along that. But by the time people are just forgetting the value of the pillars and the commercialization and enforcement was just increased. I have interviewed some people from there. So from that interviews, I have analyzed that the footfall in the state at the current time they are decreasing because of the commercialization outside the state has increased at that much level that people are not interested when to go inside the state and explore the state. So the case studies I have taken was Heritage State Golden Temple, Hadra Fort nearby Ahmedabad, then Kalagoda Art District, and then a conservation of the Hazrat Zaman and Bawi. These case studies help me to find some instances like how we protect the heritage monuments of our site and how we can balance the modern upgrades with the preservation of traditional facades or the local identity. Then I started my documentation on essence level, which connected the palace and the temple. So I have done the documentation on 6 levels, in which build and build, density mapping, then building height, tourist movement. As you can see, the tourist movement. The movement of the tourists are mainly around the chalk nearby the street. But major movement was from there, then mode of transportation, and then a commercial typology. So in commercial typology, I found that each street of Madurai has its own commercial typology character. So in our street, it's all about textile, and as I move further, I started my documentation on street level, in which building use, building height, and building condition. We can see that only 50% our buildings of the street are in a good condition right now, and major 50% are in devastating stage. Then I started my activity mapping from a time into 8 to, if we can that graphic, we can see that from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. there were the temple activity and the people are just doing that. And then the activity during the daytime has increased and evening time it's decreasing. So the existing structure plan is this of the street. We can see the dark brown one was the commercialized, and then there were commercialized and residential buildings, and there were some abandoned buildings also. The major issues identified was first one is with some forgotten heritage, and there were under structure. The structure made from pillars is only about 20 centimeters, and the encroachment around the street is disturbing the views and the heritage visibility. And now the abandoned houses are increasing in numbers. So these were the elevations of the street, right and the left one. The highlighted buildings were the abandoned buildings, which are not in a longer list. People are resettled from there and left it. And these were the sections in which we can see the clear difference in the street. The proposal is all about how I can create an experience for the street to integrate its heritage and from ignorance. As I think the state is in this condition by the people's ignorance. They are forgetting its value. So I established a connection in which I propose some gateway points at the front of the street and at the end of the street. Major activities which are proposed in the street was commercial activities which will retain the character of the street. And so with commercial activities, there were some workshops and with the integrated with it and the cafeterias. One is a library space which will engage the older people there, because in Madurai there was a culture of professors, prefects and the scholars gathering. The that culture is also declining day by day, and the main objective of the street is to create the interactive galleries and narrate the histories, collaboration with the local artisans by proposing workshops and integrating abandoned structures with retail stores, improving the wayfinding, accessibility, and the integration of the pocket cars, courtyards, and I have incorporated local vernacular styles also, in which the gateway points were in a Chetnite style, which will increase the local identity, and all the street structures which I propose will incorporate it in the that is a frontal and courtyard points. And there is a term Padikurai in Madurai. It's a step-sitting space which was used in ancient time. But so there is a vacant lot in which I propose that also. So this is the master plan. If you can see that the entrance were more about how it will connect the main street. So there is a tourist center at the end of the street. People can move from entrance to the end, and they can buy a ticket for the palace and just go out from the street by the end of the street. So the proposed guidelines for each and every block should maintain a proper distance from the pillars, which will increase the better sense of view. And the interactive installment space where the Madurai history and legacy. And it will increase the Rangavilasam Palace and its heritage, the storytelling. Regular based events and festivals will be positioned. There is a courtyard in the center of the street, so I proposed a performing stage also and an exhibition space. For the ground floor plan and first floor plan, there is a two building at the start of the street which will connect on the upper level. Which will connect on a first floor with a wooden bridge which will create a vertical view of the street and a more sense of view. And these were the typologies which were proposed. One is for G-plus roof structure and one for G-plus roof structure. It all included the vernacular elements from Tamil Nadu vernacular style. These were the street view sections and how the Padikurai was connected and a central courtyard was proposed. These were the elevations which were treated and the facades which were proposed. As you can see, it's all like a celebration space has been created and reflecting the Madurai's cultural identity and the elements. So the main outcome was which I found as that the connectivity, introducing a connecting bridge, strengthens visual and physical connection across the range. Then the larger views and the stars. After that, we can see that how the project goes. the before view was this and the after proposal outcome is like that. So it's improved the workability and the steelwork pedestrianized with accessible and continuous movement curves. And the facade, so the entrance gateway is proposed like this in a Checkenite style. The improved engagement were like I prioritize the sitting spaces which will engage the people in the street, which will create the sitting spaces, people will sit around it and can have the view of the pillars. So the project named as a Munam, which means that tracing the roots of tradition in the forgotten lane of Pakistan.
Urban design project. So it's a regular urban design project. And it's a 9 social goals are predictable with property. So there's nothing much I can say except that I think there is 2.36. It's very limited. So as an urban design studio project, we work with that's when we learn about urban design. And the problem is that we have chosen a very small space and the interventions are limited. Hello, yeah. I would say that obviously because the small scale is too small, that's why we've done whatever we could in terms of intervention. See, not much of different, not much of innovative ideas. It's the same ideas which are being done directly on the design project, connecting the old, creating new interventions from the existing fabric. But I think if I really look at it, there will be a little bit more understanding of, we've not identified the architecture, the culture of, we want to connect with old. I think that connection is not shown in yourself. We just directly went into the name and then went into the history part of it, but we didn't identify that what are the kind of architectural elements you would like to.
I have added that, like if we can.
I know I've seen what you got, but I was not able to really study to them.
Yes. So if we can see that in the street, we can see that the front doors and the column style were used in the Madurai style.
I agree. I'm saying that I can see those elements. But I don't see you doing research or you showing that research. That's my way. I see those elements. When I look at urban design, thesis on urban design, it needs to be substantial enough to live up to the expectations of the case. And I think because it's very minimal, you need to expand that and that, or scale. I think you only just that and the amount of, as I'm repeating myself again, the kind of intervention that you've done is very minimal. So it's only in terms of, I think you're looking at old structures, you should have expanded into, say, restoration programs. It's didn't come into your purview at all. So you've not studied it, you just given solution to it. So I would think that we should have gone into properly looking at the status of the, of those buildings which you have said are abandoned, and then look at from the conservation perspective.
I have studied that, I have interviewed, I didn't do that survey, but I have done the survey part and the study the building age of the building that was there, and why people are leaving that. I've talked to people from there, but I can actually have included that slide also. I've done that. After that, I have interviewed that. The main focus was, my intention was to propose something like not a very innovative solution, but a solution that will merge with the cultural identity and the heritage value of the street, that feels like it's a part of a Madurai. So that's my point. And I think I have included that architectural elements also, but not the style as.
I think probably you need to identify specifically for that, whether it is in a model, whether it is in a middle town.
Yes.
I think both of the two, I think, shouldn't be used identified. So I think into restoration of boundaries and urban these sort of.
Yeah, I agree with this project, it lacks flesh. Studies were wonderful, but the way you apply it to study, of course, some COA Awards and places. But even then, if you had studied history and listed and collected your learning and applied that in a larger area, that would have given you enough flesh for this project.
Yes, sir.
But when you show us your studies, you develop expectation grows. When you see these things are private, you want to see something.
Yes, sir. I understand that point. No, but I had chosen this state because of the values and how it's all about the pillars, I think. For my thought process, the pillars were the main point of the project, and we are proposing something for them, for enhancing their values, and how we can engage people, and how these pillars still will be safe in future. If I have done a case study related to Hazrat Nizam bin Pauli, and it collapsed in 2008, the Southern Park, because people were not storing it until the collapse happened. So my focus was like the structure beside the pillars were in a 20 centimeter gaps. So my main focus was how we can do something, we can create something to protect them, to decline or just be ignored by the viewers.
Yes, but this is project lacks not sufficient substance to justify as this is project. I mean, there are many things to learn from here.
Yes, sir.
Which are listed and expanding your area, then apply to other areas.
Yes, sir.
What will be carried into those problems? There are things beyond those problems to learn from there. You are almost getting there. But you did not reach there because you limited your focus on this particular side.
Yes. Got that.
Okay, this scenario is not ubiquitous, in the sense it's not found everywhere. Okay, it's very specific to Madurai, and you have identified this project. It is not a drawing board competition. That is, I'm trying to say, it is not a drawing board competition that will limit your ideas.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
If you had taken part in a competition and with this much as an idea level, you would have done well. Okay? This is your thesis, which means to say you can't stand by just an idea level thought. And that's the reason why both the jurors feel that you've done enough. But it's a great project, right? If you had maintained your course and put in more work into what you've done, I think it would have qualified as a good project if you had detailed all the different sectors that you had specifically. Now you've only given ideas and said, okay, this may work as a cultural center, or this may work as an exhibition space, this may work as a night, and you've given some pictures to go along with it. But you can't do a thesis in that manner. In your thesis, you should have put maybe 3 times this effort, and you would have had a fantastic thesis. Okay, I am not, as an urban designer, I would say this is a good project. Right? You have the right scale, and it need not be spread over 100 acres or 400 acres. It can just be this one street. But because it's a thesis project, you should have detailed it intensely, and you should have got all your plans worked out in a way that every space is identified, and the level of details are worked out, you have the flooring pattern worked out, you have the imagery of the street worked out. To that level, you should have gone.
I think I have done that, but I didn't
Yeah, this remains as an idea.
Yes.
This is for personally, the first idea that you get, this is the way you can go. But then every building has to be focused, and you should have engineered the building, and you should have worked out what happens with the building, given us fair idea of how you are handling culture, how you are handling Madurai as a space. If you say checking out and you pick up checking out, flooring patterns, etc., how do you do that here? And it would have been ideal if you had taken all the 7 buildings and you had worked out the 7 buildings and the connections and the street separate. Yeah, I think you've limited yourself, and this would have done well in drawing board, not beyond. Yeah.
I think I have done that on the building level also, on the flooring patterns also. Like I have used the Athan tiles that were used in Madurai style. But I do agree, I have been separated those buildings. Besides, I have built all those buildings. I have done them on the planning level, but I have separated differently from the city.
What you realize is you cannibalize this building, you just put out inside and you've done something. What if you had to pick out the buildings, imagining this side and building your own new building? Right? With the features or aspects taken up from Madurai or traditional side, and then done your own contemporary building which fit into that. Now, what you realize is that I adapted situation to get adapted. And I have 6-7 buildings and I'm just moving out inside and cleaning it up, putting new flooring, giving it a facility to work. I think you should follow short of that. Right.
We have 3 more presentations to go in category B, but we resume for break now. And we meet here again at 2:30. The next presenter, excuse me. You should be here at exact 2:30. We started at 2:30, okay? Yes. And we will be picking up the check before the next presentation starts. So, I request everyone to be here. Alright? Yes. Thank you so much. We are announcing the next presenter, AEATSC 25103, Center for Uru Building Practice, Bangalore, Kerala. I repeat, AEATSC 25103. Okay. So now that this participant is filled, we will take up the standby participants. In the standby we have AEATSC 25106, recharging Rajghat, adaptive use of a thermal power plant into urban recreation hub. Please come backstage. Should we start the presentation?
please go ahead. Do not introduce yourself to start the presentation.
Good afternoon, respected jury members, respected faculties and the audience present today. The project which I researched and designed for my thesis is a hospice facility based in Chandigarh, Kashmir. First is, what is a hospice facility? A hospice is a specialized care center for terminally ill patients. Terminally ill patients who are beyond to and their life expectancy is lesser than 6 months. How it is different from the facilities that are given in India, which are mostly palliative care or cancer care centers. In palliative care centers or cancer centers, the treatment is still going on to prolong their time of death or to cure them. But in hospice facility, the patients are beyond cure. The main focus of hospice facility is to give them physical comfort, emotional comfort, as well as give them quality of life. Definition given by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the hospice facility is not just for patients but also for the family to give them emotional as well as grief support. After understanding what is a hospice and how it is different from the facilities in India, comes the need and the justification for the category. The need for hospice facility is increasing number of terminally ill patients, the conflicted land of Kashmir, as well as the south-centered facility. The mostly palliative care facilities are south-centered. The cancer care centers are south-centered. There are care centers in north zone. But this is not justification enough. The secondary justification comes from the conflicted land of Kashmir, as well as I have provided the army personnel can come to my facility if they are in need of hospice care, if they get into some kind of conflicts or in wars. This will be included in their army framework. Other than that, the growing elderly population with rising chronic illness rates gives another justification. Increasing life expectancy leading to higher palliative care demands. Limited family support systems due to migration and urbanization. No dedicated hospice facility in the entire region. Secondly, at homes, the terminally ill patients, they usually treat the symptoms. So there is difficulties in their pain management, in their treatment, or just to make them more comfortable. But in a hospice facility, the things are better, the quality of life can be upgraded. So by the definition of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the hospice facility is designed on three pillar system. First is physical support, emotional healing, and community integration. The physical support is to the specialized centers to have pain management systems, accessible facilities with universal design principles, climate responsive architecture for year-round support. The emotional healing is art and therapy studios for creative expression spaces. What I have given is memory walls and storytelling areas so they may reflect and pass on to what they have learned in their life. Family integration zones for shared experiences that as in the later years of their life, the patient is most likely to stay with his family. So I have given the space that the entire family can be accommodated in the facility itself. The last is community integration, which means to change this from a solitary struggle to a shared journey. The main design vision statement was the architecture would become a medium for letting go with grace, as I stated earlier, to change this from a solitary struggle to their shared journey. This is the site is situated in the nearby Kashmir, which is 22 kilometers from Srinagar. The main abutting road of the site is 9 meters, and it is situated next to district hospital, the nearby. So, if we need immediate medical support, there is hospital nearby, so patients can be taken here. The site area is 4.5 acres, and the facility is designed for 24 users. Now as we are designing in Kashmir, the occupant comfort is very important. because designing this facility for this extreme weather is very difficult. So through climate analysis, I got to know that 45% of the hours of my facility can be achieved in occupant comfort by passive design strategies. Rest than 55% should be actively heated. So the design strategies is passive solar direct giving high thermal mass. The walls are designed with lime mortar, limestone, wooden framings to make them high thermal mass and to clean heat. There are wind protection barriers and mount on the. As you see the site, there is a irrigation canal averting the site. So the cooler wind comes from there. So I have designed wind barriers so that the wind cannot enter the site. Other than that, there is humidification tunnels, heating solutions for humidification, and natural ventilation, cooling and thermal mass. As thermal mass does night cooling in night. This is the concept evolution. Firstly, I designed this as individual pods, which got changed into shared spaces, so that medical facilities or common kitchen, common dining hall can be shared. And after that, a central courtyard system was given. The main idea was to give them a sense of ceremonial thing. So if a person comes to my facility, they will plant a apple tree, and after they die, apple tree is still there, and the other patient can enjoy that. What I got to understand by researching is a hospice facility is combination of hospital and a resort. As resorts are designed for relaxation and hospitals are for medical treatment. So hospice facility should be understood as a combination of both. Boring station discipline medical infrastructure functionality from hospital typology while ensuring seamless treatment observation capabilities and inheriting the comfort and natural integration from the resort technique to design this. So what are the needs of the patient which I need to cater? First is physical need, that is thermal comfort, adaptable rooms and universal design, and accessibility which are the mobility support. For the emotional needs is home-like atmosphere, personalization, shared dining and social spaces, art therapy and memory rooms. How I achieve this physical need, the entire facility is designed on ground with universally accessible ramps and climate passive design strategies. And for the emotional needs, there are therapy sessions, shared therapy sessions, council room, reflection rooms, workshops for the patient as well as for the family. This is the central courtyard. In this, an apple orchard is to be planted. This apple orchard, the main idea was to give them a space where they can do something together, give them a shared experience, and give them something to think that after they move on from this life, there is still someone enjoying for what they did. Other than that, the resort led me to two design ideas. First is river trade experience. As we know that water gives you a sense of calm. The sound of water gives you a sense of calm. As the canal is averting the side, I have designed a river trade along that, so the patients can go and they will be comforted by the sound of water. They can enjoy it. Other than that is a membrane trade side. There are stones, there are reflection rooms. They can reflect on what they have done in their life. They can take photos. They can cite. So give them a sense of belonging as well as a sense of idea that what they did is remembered in this world. The site is divided into two zones. First is peer zone and second is community integration. The peer zone is a patient block where 4 to 6 rooms are constructed with a shared nurse station, shared dining hall, shared kitchen. Other is a community integration. There are 3 workshop areas are planned. 3 workshop areas are planned.
Last 5 minutes.
So I'll explain the patient, how the patient cluster is planned. There are 2 kinds of room. One is family room and one is individual room. A patient having his family, he can live with his family. While there are some cases, the patients do not have someone to take care of them, so they can live there alone, and the facility volunteers as well as the facility staff will take care of them. Other than that, the patient cluster has an apple orchard courtyard, a shared nurse station, a dining hall, a common kitchen, so that we can access all the facilities. What kind of therapeutic spaces are there? This art therapy and memory, which there are two kinds of spaces. First is workshop based. There will be art workshop, other kinds of workshops. इसके अलावा the memory creation, where you can reflect on what you have learned. At the end stage of the life, the patient is more tend to become spiritual. So I have given multi-faith spiritual halls, meditation spaces, so they can reflect and to cater to their spiritual needs. To give due justice to the cultural context of Kashmir, the locally sourced stone or the style of architecture is related to Kashmiri architecture, as to take the idea from the hospitality of Kashmir. This was done. Other than that, so this is the area statement. It is designed for 24 patients. Thank you. Yes. When this was my communication of design philosophy rather than explanation of design. This is good. If you see it with sheets, they will go together.
Can you please use the mic?
Needs to be supplemented by your design, because otherwise we'll have to go back to that panel to be able to refer and relate to what you have done and what you have told. So I think that is missing. This is the biggest problem. There was no such restriction that you were, I think only for how many number of slides. Was there a restriction?
Yes, ma'am, I understand. I think my understanding of presentation was I have to give my design philosophy or my vision for the presentation rather than
You're only given from developers brochure. Yeah. We try to make people that this is what you're going to put into this facility. It's like a developer's brochure, glossy brochure. But you're not addressing architects.
We'll go with the next presentation. Yeah. Yes, the next presenter, can you please come on the stage? But before that, we announce the last presenter. AEATSC 25111 IIT Ropar Satellite Campus. Are you here? Okay, please come backstage. Is this a presentation? Please confirm. Yes.
about adaptive use and the key of doing that work. The Rajghat Power Plant. Rajghat Power Plant was a major source of electricity for Delhi. Now stands abandoned along the riverfront. Currently situated within the Delhi condition, structurally needs to restore and make it workable. Same for the river, it's very polluted. This industrial is Rajghat Thermal Power Plant based on 2003 as a commemorated by and the pool is facility. It's like one extremely industrial infrastructure in Delhi's treatment facility and energy production era. Site engineering boiler houses, turbine halls, mechanical systems. There is to administer Delhi. What the ecological located in Yamuna River site of the potential for ecological restoration. Current restoration initiates 2025 improves the daily development institutions initiatives. Scientific industrial areas in Delhi's river and biodiversity converges. Delhi is over urban and environmental challenges. Poverty, river systems, loss of ecological order, internet industrial sites, critical needs. The project responds to urgent need to maintain floodplain, irrigation, professional system, repurposing industrial infrastructure for community benefit, prototyping model water retention system, engineering industrial PCS for irrigation and irrigation purposes. Then, 2025 initiative flows doing restoration with Delhi in the master plan targeting in a competition by 2027. What is the primary is feasibility urban road, transform Rajghat Power Plant into licensed urban road to use ecological restoration using landscape, design for built species comprehensive site and destination, analysis historical, spatial, ecological characteristics of Rajghat Power Plant, excluding electric use strategies, largely existing residential implemented integrated best practices. Design is modular ecological systems, develop artificial technologies and use bird, fish, microbial life, design food, benefited groundwater biodiversity and stabilization of performance. infrastructure to produce civic message. As a by decision age, mental decision, post
Next participant, the last one. AE18 SC 25111.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. So this is my project, Satellite Campus for IIT Roper in Chandigarh. So I'll quickly brief you what a satellite campus is. So satellite campus is basically an outreach campus situated at a different place from the main campus to extend the reach of one home campus. So hence it justifies my project why I'm doing. This enhances the reach of IIT Roper across the entire country through
it is important for us designers to understand what we are designing on. So in order to understand the site analysis of the place, so one of the site analysis features of the course. So this is the main role that's going to the site. This is my site. And through analysis and time regulations, I understood what are the heavy and moderate timings, and we concluded that since this is a road which is very heavy in its traffic because of the light, so we need to figure this road out, and with various analysis, I have concluded my design in this code. These are the basic analytic analysis, how the site is going to be solar, wind, and other places, and what we can do in our site specifically, what activities and what timing we can conduct on our site. Various other source analysis program, noise analysis program. Since this was a major road, I understood that this is a major noise intensity area on site, and we need to avoid that. Another analysis program is one to understand what the site has to offer to us and how we can work it out to create a very functional site. So I quickly jumped into the concept. So basically my concept was to how I can integrate two different places. So for this project I basically went for two major functions. One is the incubation center and one was the research center. So these two functions are completely opposite. So it was important for me to understand how I can combine these two spaces and create a holistic environment. So that was the diagram set how we can manage activity in just one space. So this is the contextual marketing of what it was and how the space program has been done, how spaces have been planned. So I did various iterations to put them on these. So in this iteration,
economically relevant probably, but I did not know what socially relevant. So I think it's a pretty economically relevant when you're saying you're having a research and then you're looking at starting your business. So it's more than that.
Eventually, these invitations come up with startups.
Social relevance, again, advanced to social relevance. Because you couldn't have that idea. And it's a question all of us have. Actually, how to do it. So you maybe have the justifications like that. I don't know how you get around that. Otherwise, your design would say, quite socially relevant category. Then it is it's a good project, it's a good design. Maybe you just have a form and you have some work which is done. I stop at that first. So I do not know how much I can aspects of the design and
Term has these aspects. So it is a very subjective term, I feel. So I believe that since it's a part of a very reputed organization of our country, which has contributed not only economically but also socially through various means, I feel this project is quite relevant for this category.
actually I'm not convinced too much. I think that's not very towards that.
Same with me, I don't think this is really especially relevant project, although the design is quite good. I'm just wondering about the scale, wherever we have satellite campus, I heard to have something like that. It's like a full-fledged university. Satellite campus is generally not so big.
Yes. So that's what I experienced when I went to these campuses. These have facilities that are presented here. They are fragmented. They are equally as large as the main campuses. It's just that they are not showcased as full-fledged universities, rather than outreach campuses, but they do have same facilities, research center, incubation center, various other facilities, guest house, heritage house, all kinds of these facilities are there in these outreach campuses. These are all fragmented areas, large family areas. It's just that they need to be out in universities.
Whatever you have seen, these satellite campuses normally stay in other than two sections. They normally stay because in case of IUL, they have a program where they cannot bring people to they come in only at time. So
These campuses are usually located at a place, at a city which is connected to the entire country, per se, let's say entire world also. Since, for example, this Chandigarh, it has international airport. So if there's an event, there's a place, nobody would want to go to a place which does not have an airport because it creates a discomfort. Nobody is going to go easily to local, but everybody can come to Chandigarh. So it creates a little bit of connectivity.
so that's what we understood. But what you have done is, having created this campus, if it was engaged in some other activity other than what I do for this student, some socially relevant activity, maybe to justify its usefulness. Yes.
So these are all things maybe that you have decided that the functionality sort of works as much as it said. Buildings like this operate from 9 to 5 and then shut. It's not an IT complex where they work 24/7, nights, etc. So it would have been ideal if we had also looked at the angle of socially relevant subjectivity of this being as is, how it could contribute to the people around in that area. Certain portions of the facility, I'm not saying all of it, maybe certain public facilities, the plazas, etc., can add value to the neighborhood.
Sir, actually, this neighborhood is a project of Chandigarh Education Hub. They are coming out with a 100-acre area of just education institutes.
Yeah, so that is relevant, So each educational institution has an auditorium for themselves, amphitheater for themselves, a food court for themselves. There's just duplication. And if you had said that, it makes sense to, so if you thought it a little higher, and said, your facility sort of can be the magnet where these things don't need to be duplicated in other facilities. And then they can all come here because this is finally what you plan to want to get them involved in this.
So other universities are already there, are NICCs. There are other institutes are also coming. IIT specifically has this privilege that they encourage incubation. They encourage research a lot. So when I went for life case studies, I personally inquired if they allow other university students to be a part of such institutes. And the answer is yes. So for all the institutes that are part of the ABCT, it creates sort of like you said, magnet for you to.
No, this cannot be an afterthought. It has to be a subset. You should have worked this into design in some way to say how these common spaces and common areas could be used for other activities. It would have strengthened your project. Either which way, forget NIASA or COA Awards. I'm saying in a project, rather than keep it at a main city at the end of the day, to keep it alive, to keep contributing to the neighborhood is an important thing in our present day context. Do not want to sort of shut down the city at 5 o'clock and keep it waiting until next morning. So these are sort of things that architecturally and that you've gone through this, the process that you've undertaken, I think it's relatively nice. Except that we had this, all three of us had this question, how is it socially relevant, right? So we can
What happened to this project was this project is going to revive ABCT environment, and since it's an IIT campus, it will attract more campuses there. It will eventually, because the design is in such a way that it is not a rigid design. It is a very highly connective and inclusive design. So just justify that.
Yeah, but that had to come through design and not through your problem, right? It cannot be an afterthought. It has to be through your design that you had strengthened it, or through your presentation you had strengthened it, it would have made sense. Yeah, otherwise it's a decent product.
That will all the presentations and was to the board to all the consensus that both recognize in terms of with that time, this the post college to decide how the formal event is going to happen. Thank you very much all.
Students are requested to be seated. The cultural program is beginning now. Okay?
Of music, art, and celebration. Let us relax, rejoice, and together celebrate the energy and talent that defines this community. And before we move ahead,
Proceeding with the session, I would like to introduce our Vice President of Council of Architecture. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very
Now I will request the decoration committee, Ms. Shweta and Ms. Anusha Mishra, to kindly come on stage and present the memento to Mr. Anand Krishnamurthy, sir. Now I would request Architect Shubham Singh and Architect Sabiha, members of the technical committee, to please come on stage and please present the memento to Architect Milind Gujarkar, sir. Lima ma'am, I'm so sorry. These people have worked very hard, that is why I have taken this opportunity Now I will request the cultural committee team, Architect Father and Mr. Architect, to kindly present the memento to Architect Milind Gujarkar, sir. Now I will request the food committee team, Architect Fahad Khan sir and Architect Salman sir, along with Architect Umair sir, to kindly come on stage and present the memento to Dr. T. Trivedi. Now I will request the transportation committee, the media committee, head of the department, all faculty members to kindly come on stage and please, I will request others to please take a picture of them. All the faculty members please come on stage. Sir. Now I will request our special guest, Architect Gandanam Ram sir, to kindly come on stage and to please say a few words and motivate our students present here. Sir.
पर्सन जो है वो काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर का, इसलिए मैं एक तरह से यहाँ होस्ट हूँ, मैं गेस्ट नहीं हूँ। और मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ यूनिवर्सिटी को और उसके आर्किटेक्चर डिपार्टमेंट को, जिन्होंने इस अवसर को प्रदान किया है काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। आप सबों को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद हम ज्ञापित करते हैं। क्योंकि हमारे सामने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, कुछ व्हाट्सएप में लगे हुए हैं, कुछ पंखे चल रहे हैं, जो परेशानी है, उसी परेशानी में हम अपनी इस बात को आपसे रखने का गुजारिश करते हैं कि आप उन बातों को थोड़ा सा कंसंट्रेट होकर सुनिए, समझिए। हो सकता है कि हमारा और आपको कुछ करने का फिर से मौका न मिले, लेकिन अभी मौका है, थोड़ा हम बात करना चाहते हैं। क्योंकि कुछ जो आपको अगली पंक्ति में बैठे हैं, कभी पिछली पंक्ति में थे। जब ये अगली पंक्ति छोड़ेंगे तो आप पिछली पंक्ति से अगली पंक्ति में आएंगे। इसलिए ये सिलसिला है, ये चलता रहे, ये रुकेगा। और क्योंकि यहाँ आर्किटेक्चर का एक इंस्टीट्यूशन इतना बढ़िया हमको देखने को मिला, ये बहुत खुशी की बात है। जहाँ तक शिक्षा प्रणाली और आर्किटेक्चर प्रोफेशन की बात है, ये स्टूडेंट को छोड़कर और जितने लोग हैं, टीचर्स हैं और जितने लोग हैं, उनसे ज़्यादा जानते हैं, इसलिए उस पर मेरा कुछ कहने का मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन मैं स्टूडेंट्स लोगों को यही आशा दिलाता हूँ कि आपका भविष्य बहुत बढ़िया है, आप बहुत बढ़िया इंस्टीट्यूट में हैं और आप बहुत बढ़िया इंस्टीट्यूट से रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए इस इंस्टीट्यूट में आए। क्योंकि अवार्ड फंक्शन में बहुत सारी इंग्लिश है यहाँ पे, कुछ लोग स्टूडेंट फिजिकली नहीं आ पाए हैं, कुछ लोग यहाँ हैं, कुछ लोग यहाँ से व्यवहार ठीक कर जाएंगे, कुछ लोग बोलेंगे हम लोगों ने भाग लिया। लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि सब लोग ऐसे ही कहते हैं कि भाग लेना ये चीज के बराबर है, क्योंकि आपने पहले अपने मन को जीत लिया कि हम इसमें भाग लें, चाहे परिणाम जो भी। इसलिए इस व्यथा और इस स्थिति से जिसका मानस पटल जो है वो आगे निकलता है, वो अपने आप में दर्शाता है कि आप में कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं जो आपके साथ वाले कंटेम्परेरी जो आपके फ्रेंड्स उनके साथ में होंगी। हो सकता है कि आपके बीच से ही कुछ बहुत बड़े आर्किटेक्ट बने, अपने जीवन में बहुत सफल हो, लेकिन इसका ये कतई मायने नहीं है कि आप सफलता की सीढ़ी नहीं प्राप्त करें। क्योंकि आप सीढ़ी का डिजाइन भी करते हैं, स्टेज का डिजाइन भी करते हैं, पता लगता है कि फर्स्ट स्टेज है, सेकंड स्टेज है, थर्ड स्टेज है। स्टेपिंग के बारे में आपके ऊपर निर्भर करता है। लेकिन आपके पास अगर इच्छा शक्ति हो तो आप अपना जो मंजिल है उसमें आप किसी सीढ़ी के द्वारा जा सकते हैं। इसलिए मेरी बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं, और मैं जो टीचर हैं उनसे अनुरोध करूँगा कि आप अपने बच्चे को जितना भी न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी आया है उसके सहारे तो शिक्षा दें, साथ साथ में उनका वास्ता रिश्ता बुक्स के साथ ले। क्योंकि मैं जहाँ भी जाता हूँ कहीं न कहीं कोई स्टूडेंट हमको मिल जाता है अकेले, तो मैं उससे गुफ्तगू करता हूँ, पूछता हूँ कि कौन से ईयर में हो, कौन सा सब्जेक्ट पढ़ रहे हो, किस सब्जेक्ट में कौन से आप जो राइटर है उसका बुक तो कभी देखे हो या संपर्क किए हो। तो अभी सुनने में मिलता है कि सर जो है अपना दोस्त से पढ़ाते हैं, भी लोग अच्छा दिखाते हैं, उससे हमको अच्छा मार्किंग भी हो जाता है, सर आप उसके अलावा ज़्यादा नहीं करता। यह स्थिति दुखद है, क्योंकि मैं कोई बनावटी बात यहाँ नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप सभी संजीदगी वाले व्यक्तित्व हैं सारे बैठे हुए। मैं जब अपने कॉलेज में पढ़ता था तो मेरे पास न ऐसा पैसा था कि उस किताब को देख सकते खरीद कर, न हमारे कॉलेज में उस समय किताब ही होती थी। अब ये मत पूछिए कि आप कहाँ से बैचलर ऑफ आर्ट करते होंगे, क्योंकि उस समय वो कॉलेज बहुत नए रूप में था, क्योंकि मेरा पास किए हुए जवान था। अभी वो AI का दर्जा प्राप्त कर लिया। लेकिन मतलब ये है कहने का कि जब मैं पास किया, कुछ पैसे मेरे पास आमदनी नहीं हुए, तो मैं सबसे पहले उन्हीं किताबों को कर रहा जिसका मुझे दर्शन करना भी था, दुर्लभ था। तो अगर टीचर दिखाते भी तो ऐसे मतलब दिखाते जाएंगे, मतलब देख लीजिए बुलंद दरवाजा जिसमें फोटो है, इसमें ये है, इसमें यहाँ बनाओ, यहाँ बनाओ, पर्ची ग्राउंड लो। मैं यहाँ एक स्टूडेंट से कल पूछा, वो बताया नहीं, वो अपना सही बताया, तो उसको अपने दिमाग में चीज सही से रखा। हम उसका शिकायत नहीं करते हैं, हम शिकायत अपने आप से करते हैं कि काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर इस मोड में नहीं गई है, या इस मोड में नहीं सोचती है कि जो फैकल्टी है, जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, उसको ये बताए कि आप किताब से भी वास्ता दो कम से कम। जैसे मैं बहुत साधारण दर्जे का व्यक्ति भी 3-4-5 अच्छे राइटर का नाम याद करके रखा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरी रोजी रोटी से करते हैं, क्योंकि मुझे तो नया पढ़ाना है। मैं रिटायर्ड सरकारी सेवक हूँ, क्योंकि मैं प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया, जो प्रैक्टिस करते थे उनको ज्वाइन तो हम देखते थे दूसरे साइड में बैठ, अब हम रिटायर करते हैं। लेकिन मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप अपना ऐसा व्यक्तित्व बनाना या बनाने की कोशिश करना, अगर कोशिश करेंगे तो बन ही जाएगा कि आप अपने आप को कहीं भी प्रोजेक्ट कर सके, क्योंकि बहुत सारी विधाएँ हैं इसमें संसार में। आप जो आर्किटेक्चर का एक पाठ्यक्रम पढ़ रहे हैं या पढ़ा रहे हैं, मतलब मैं दोनों को साथ मिलकर अपनी बात को रखता हूँ, पढ़ने वाले को जो पढ़ाने वाले को, तो आपका भी ऐसा पढ़ाने वाले का व्यक्तित्व होना चाहिए कि जो आपको टीचर यहाँ से, जो स्टूडेंट यहाँ से पास करके जाए, आपका बात और आपका चेहरा अपने जहन में रहे। मैं अभी इंडिया का बहुत ही प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूट में गया था उसका एक्सप्रेशन करने, क्योंकि स्पेशल टीम बनी थी। वहाँ एक टीचर रिटायर कर गए, मैं 3-4 बच्चे हम लोग छोड़ने जा रहे थे, तो उनसे पूछा कि मैडम कौन सारे टीचर सबसे अच्छा आप लोग को पढ़ाते, तो बड़ी रिटायर किसी मैडम जो बैठी थी आपके बारे में सर जो बता रही थी, उसको फिर से लोगों ने रखा है सबसे अच्छा वही पढ़ाते। तो ये तारीफ जो है, ये तारीफ आपको किसी प्रकार के अपने ये से नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि हमारे पास जूरी मेंबर्स हैं, इनको हम कॉन्सेंट्रेट करके क्यों लाए, कुछ तो होगा, कुछ तो खासियत होगी। तो हम समझते हैं कि आपको भी इन सारे बातों से, इन सारे घटनाओं से सीखना चाहिए कि हम अपने आप को कैसे जीवन में बने, कैसे शिक्षा ग्रहण करें और कैसे शिक्षा अपने बच्चों को दो कि ये भी पहचान एक समाज में बने और समाज का हम उत्तरदायी व्यक्ति को अपने आप को। मैं ज़्यादा लंबा अपना बात नहीं खींचना चाहता हूँ, ऐसे हमारी बोलने की आदत ज़्यादा नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं जिसको रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ वो अच्छे प्रकार करता है। प्रोफेसर अभय कोई जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर है, अगर आपके सामने रहते तो आपको बहुत सारी शिक्षा देते बताते। मैं इस काबिल नहीं हूँ, लेकिन उनके जगह पे आया हूँ, इसलिए लगता है कि मैं ही कुछ बोल रहा हूँ। गुफ्तगू करो जिससे मेरी बात मेरी भावना है आपका सब प्रेसिस हो। मेरी भावना यही है कि आप अगली पंक्ति वाले, जो पिछली पंक्ति वाले को से ज़्यादा मतलब अपने आप को दिमाग पर स्ट्रेस देकर उनको बताइए कि आपका नाम चौतरफा हो, 4 तरह से इस प्रकार चौतरफा का मतलब हो कि आपको भी सेटिस्फैक्शन हो, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को भी सेटिस्फैक्शन हो, क्योंकि इंस्टीट्यूशन प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन क्या चाहता हो हम जानते हैं, हमने सीखा हुआ नहीं, उनको भी सेटिस्फाइड करना है, समाज को भी करना है, अपने आप को भी करना है, परिवार को भी करना है, लेकिन जो बच्चे यहाँ से मिले उनको भी करना है। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
We will now starting with certificates of participation. So there is this one student who attended for the category heritage, architectural heritage. And this is awarded to MBS School of Planning and Architecture New Delhi for the documentation project titled Between Journeys, Legacy of Sarai Sahaji Mahal. Are you there? Please come on stage. Abdul Bansari for Parivartan Team Management from Lily. Please put your hands together for the participants. Arya Nanda for the project. After Silpa Brahma, invited Gautam to start and collected media very art and craft college. Okay, we'll be now announcing the merit student. We'll start with the category. Okay. Rajwal Saini for from APA Institute of Technology, School of Architecture and Planning, Kolkata Prison Complex.
So these are the earlier certificates that were given for participation. Those were certificates of participation, and the certificates that will be giving now are certificates of merit. Those are the ones that were shortlisted and who presented their work here. Okay?
Rajwal Saini, please come up on stage. Biswajit Das from University Institute of Architecture, Chandigarh University, Gujarat. Janani, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, please come on stage. Muskan Sharma from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Now we are going to announce the students who presented the presentation category B. Mohammad Abdul Hassan from MBA School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. Chavi Kohli from School of Architecture, Planning and Design, Manipal University, Jaipur. Amarul Haq from MBA School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. Ankita Agrawal from APJ Institute of Technology, School of Architecture and Planning. Rai Yashwant from Department of Planning and Architecture, Mizoram University. Students who are from merit list can please come backstage.
Okay, so I just wanted to announce this, that the students who were shortlisted, those students will receive 10,000 each and books by the Council of Architecture. Okay, and now I would like to call upon Now I would like to call upon Architect Milind Gujarkar sir to announce the certificates for excellence.
First, I think they're coming for a photograph award. Anyway, so at the outset, I would like to thank Imperial University essentially for hosting this event on behalf of the council. So Pradhan and Namsar has eventually extended their wishes to them. And I would like to mention over here that this event was very, very smoothly executed, immaculately executed, because it takes a lot of coordination amongst the faculty and the students to execute such an event, because there are a lot of technicalities which are involved, backstage activities which are involved. But you all people really excelled extremely well, and the event was very nicely executed. So 3 cheers for all the staff members, the students from the Imperial University. They have done a great job and a great job. So for that, I would like to invite Pradhan and Namsar to present this certificate to Zeva ma'am on behalf of the council conducting this particular event. I would also like to call upon architect Fahad Aslam, who was really running around for all kind of events to see him. He was taking a lot of pains. Thank you. And super efficient Siddharth, please come on stage. Really efficient in doing everything. You could say, just utter a word and she was there with you. Thank you, ma'am. So now, these are the final awards which the students are going to represent themselves from their institutions for the nationals. We have seen the presentation and the jury members have deliberated enough about all your presentations which were done, the work which was done, and finally they have unanimously come out with 2 names for the 2 categories. So, for the category A, it is Janani from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. For Marina as the urban destination, Chennai. So you had a communication from the council regarding further line of actions representing yourself for the nationals. Yeah. Thank you. And for the category B, awards for the social concern, it is Chavi Kohli from School of Architecture and Design, Manipal University, Jaipur. So as I have announced earlier in the morning, as announced in the morning, those students who have presented themselves on stage today would be awarded 10,000. Their amount would be deposited in the national service, right? Thank you so much.
All the merit students, please come up on the stage so that we can have a group picture. Dorita, please take pictures.
भैया
Congratulations everyone. Now I would like to call our head Professor Sasiullah sir for a vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. On the rise and of the rise, audience students. This is the time to place a vote of thanks. On behalf of the Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design, Lucknow, it's my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on the special winner of COA Award 2025. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Founder and Chancellor Professor Syed Naseem Akhtar Sahab and Honorable Additional Pro-Chancellor Syed Adnan Akhtar Sahab and other honorable leadership of the university for their constant encouragement and support, which inspire us to uphold academic excellence through a variety of means and measures, and so this COA Awards 2025. Thanks to COA officials of the theatres, COA DRC for considering us to organize this jury again. This jury and award again after 2008 to this institution. I would like to thank our distinguished jury members and advisors for sparing their valuable time and evaluate the works for providing insightful feedback to the candidates. Your presence and guidance is actually the backbone of your successful events and contribute a lot in COA quality education determination. A special word of appreciation goes to our faculty members, committee members, whose dedication, commitment, and consistent hard work shape this and made it successful, a grand success. To our dear participants and students, today's event is a celebration of your creativity, passion, and determination. The Best Thesis Award is not just about competition, but also about setting benchmarks and motivating everyone to push their limit and bring out their best. Last but not least, I extend my thanks to the staff and other esteemed members who work tirelessly behind the scene, our sponsors, knowledge partners, students, volunteers, to make this event a grand success. Thank you all once again for your precious presence and support. We look forward to more such enriching occasions for the future. Thank you so much.